I see what you did. I see what
I
you
don't know
did.
what happened. I don't even know what I did there.
There we go.
You know what he did? He didn't want Brandon to see that he wasn't on the last picture yet. Still, so he ended it real quick, like
Before you know. I think I was typing something up, and then that happened. But it's all good.
Something up.
Yeah.
Damn,
yeah, I know, right? But what is up? Welcome everybody. Got a couple people in chat, or watching at least. How's everyone going? We are talking. What are we talking about today? We're gonna talk about some Andor, some Guardians of the Galaxy, and then we're gonna talk about all of Phase 4 with the MCU.
Yeah,
yeah. And then, and we have a special guest. We have Zach from Zach Attack Reviews with us again. How you doing?
Good. Tired as hell after Thanksgiving and have to work the next day. Ugh.
I know.
That's always
sucks.
rough. What's your shirt?
Oh, that's brutal.
Oh, it's an Archer shirt.
There you go. Okay.
I love
it. It says I can't hear you over my awesomeness.
Yeah. Archer's so good. Have you been keeping up with Archer?
No, I fell off on the newer ones.
I'm a little disappointed because all that craziness that's happened, like them doing the noir thing and this and that, and then you find out, like, I don't know if you want spoilers or anything.
That's fine.
I mean, it's not that big of a spoiler. This newest season, I believe, or the last season, you find out all the past, like, 3 seasons when all the craziness happened was all just in his head because he was in a coma.
Right? Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. And I was like, what? I hate when they do that shit. But then now they're kind of back to normal, you know, but it's still, I don't know. I'm not a fan when they do that stuff.
Coma or something?
Yep.
Yeah, he was in a coma.
Gotcha. Okay.
I forgot why. Something that happened at the end of whatever season. He wound up having a coma and then had all these visions of being a noir detective and this
Crazy
and that.
Journeys and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it doesn't hit the same for me, but it's still funny. It just, those first 4 or 5 seasons were awesome. They were great.
Peak.
But, yeah, seriously. Am I laggy or what?
Nope.
No.
You're
okay.
good.
So I'll make sure.
No.
All right. But yeah, so I know we were talking before we get into some of the main stuff. We were talking about a bunch of like nerdy stuff. I don't remember what we were talking about now.
I think this guy's still eating the pie. I think we were all talking about like the movies that and show. Oh, I wanted to say with the list of things you talk about, what a time is to be alive for all of us.
Yeah,
I remember growing up in the 90s, getting crumbs of nerdy stuff, and now it's too much, and I love it. I'll take it. I'd rather too much.
Yeah, I think
pick what I want to watch than crumbs.
It's so funny because he was like, Brian, what's the last thing you watched? And I'm like, I don't know, because I've watched so much in the last 5 days. Just so much stuff has been coming at me. It's just so much. I mean, so good. And all these new comics are coming out. I was showing the guys earlier. So I got Daily Neighborhood Spider-Man #2 just came out.
Oh, it came out?
Yep. And then I got this Guardians of the Galaxy. So that's kind of storyline they're using right now. And then Lord Draken's #1.
Rest in peace.
Got that right now. So it just came in. It's just we have so many good things. We have movies, we have comics, we have TV shows, and it's just a great time to be a nerd and to enjoy.
Yeah. It's it's great that we're having like this, dare I say, like kind of overload of content. It gives us more stuff to watch and makes for more content like this. And it's just coming from, and it goes beyond movies. We're getting shows, comics, holiday specials. It's insane. I love it.
And being a fat nerd is even better. See this? I got eggnog.
I feel spoiled.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I feel spoiled.
Spoiler king. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a good time. Either good or bad. And I think that's what, when you said that we were talking about was before we fully get into Andor, kind of around the community of Star Wars is right now Star Wars Theory and Den of Nerds. and they're getting a lot of flack for voicing their opinion about how they feel about it. And I think that's what it was too. We were talking about like we can respect each other and still have different opinions on how people feel about certain things. Because I think I'm not fully sure about Zach yet, but I know me and Brandon are kind of more on the same page. Brian, you're a little bit on a different page when it comes to Andor. You're more on the page of Star Wars Theory and Den of Nerds, which is fine. Yeah, and that's what they say. You know, I mean, but them being too bigger, especially Star Wars Theory being the biggest Star Wars channel, you know, on YouTube. You know, people take what he says and kind of run with it, good or bad. You know, so. When he says good stuff, he's like, oh, cool. But when he says bad stuff, oh, you're a toxic fan. And I feel like, I don't know, you should be able to voice your opinion, you know, and you know, it is what it is, you know, either agree or disagree. You know, like I don't agree with what Den of Nerds was like. I'm done talking Star Wars for a while. Yeah, I'm like, I get it, but you know, I'm not there.
Yeah. And it's funny. And it's funny when people, you know, kind of call you a terp.
You're breaking up a little bit, man.
Right?
No, I agree with what you're saying. Just with, you know, call you toxic and all this stuff, and instead of just kind of letting you just talk, you know, just let you voice your opinion. There are gonna be people that like your opinion. There are gonna be people that don't like it. Don't disagree with your opinion, and it's okay to have both sides there.
Exactly.
You want to have both. That's how you be able to get an intelligent opinion that you can defend either way.
Yeah, and I'd never want to be in a fan base where like everyone just falls in line in terms of their opinions. It shouldn't be boring. Like that.
That'd be boring
as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. You can't win with the internet. Like it's either
Definitely
since I started my channel, it's been like a little over a year. I've gotten people saying, "Oh, you like everything." I was like, "Why?" I'm not purposely trying to hate stuff. And then like I didn't like Book of Boba Fett. I gave it a bad grading. I trashed it. I was harsh on it. It was like, who asked you for your opinion? You don't know any. I'm just like, bro, like, if you don't like it, you don't have to insult me though. Just say like, I don't agree with you. It's fine.
Yeah.
There's tons of things I don't agree with. My friend loves the Obi-Wan show. I trash that show.
Yeah.
Too. That's totally fine that you find enjoyment in something. I'm not going to come at you for it. Like, you're stupid.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. You know, because I think everyone has a different
it's
emotional attachment.
It's your right as a viewer to have a different opinion.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. So, you know, that was definitely kind of like going through it and seeing all this stuff. I'm like, it's a little discouraging. It was like toxic fandom for me just doesn't happen. It's created by people not accepting like the differences. I mean, there are some people who just go, you know, balls out and like, this sucks and blah, blah, blah. It's the worst thing ever. But that's usually the minority. But then you get the people that tend to lean one way or the other that get pushed further because they're like, oh no, you don't like Rise of Skywalker? Well, you hate women and you belong over there. I was like, what? You know, it's like, no, like,
I guess I hate women because
well, that's what my girlfriend says all the time. She goes, you know, The Last Jedi sucks, so I guess I hate women, like because that's what they say. You know, it's like, well, oh, you don't like this, so therefore you suck. You know, and you're
the
this
thing
bad.
Is like there's some people who are like that, but it's not just not everyone. If you listen to the actual opinion, then you'll see that it's not about people being a woman in the movie.
Yeah. You know,
it's about the movie and the script being terrible.
Yeah,
and starting storylines and never finishing them.
Just making up shit at one point.
Yeah,
that's more on Disney fault than
I've still never
the actors or the writers and directors.
Yeah,
I can't disagree with you. Cannot.
Yeah, but so that's for me. It's like if you don't agree with either, turn it off, unsubscribe. I don't know. Or just come in and put your opinion in, or put your opinion in, you know, which is like, hey, you know, I don't agree with this and blah blah blah, and this is why. I'm like, cool, you know, we can have a conversation.
One thing I gotta say though, I do want to put some blame on the companies, especially WB and Lucasfilms, whatever the hell they're called. They let a lot of rumors go on and on and on, like with Marvel specifically. There's rumors, but this stuff lasts a little bit and then it gets shoved under, and they replace it like, here's a new show. Stop thinking about who you think is going to get cast as Sentry or who's going to get. Nobody's talking about the Fantastic Four. The Fantastic Four casting was like 2 months of just arguments, and then they and then they dropped She-Hulk. People was like, okay, let's go talk about this. Whether you hated it or loved it, but people moved on to that show. They find ways to like get you moving, but like with DC and Star Wars, it's like there's too many big gaps between movies. Like you should have had a new movie by now, and or at least the first one. Who's directing? Is Taika? Is it Ryan Johnson? Is it Kevin Feige? Give us something so that our minds are not just idle and just hating. Same thing with DC. They need to do the same thing soon. So like I thought I'll put a little bit of blame on them not giving us anything.
I can see that. I can see that. But also it's a little at the same time they give us the stuff that they do give us might be not enough. You know, because Catherine Kennedy, like I feel like every 6 months she's like, and she's like, and this person's writing a trilogy, and now this person's writing, and then none of it pans out because we were supposed to get the Rogue Squadron with Patty Jenkins. Now they're saying that's canceled. You know, the guys who did Games of Thrones, the Game of Thrones guys. They were supposed to get a trilogy. That's getting canceled. Ryan Johnson's trilogy's got canceled and brought back and canceled again. It's like 3 times already. So
to be fair, though, some of those are trades and not her.
Yeah. What the Patty Jenkins ones was her.
That because there was a trailer.
Yeah.
But that was kind of Patty Jenkins' fault for DOA in it with Wonder Woman 84. So
yeah, I mean, it came out there like Disney was like, "Hey, you can't announce things anymore." Like they literally told her like a month ago, like don't do that no more. You know, because it's So until it's a little bit more concrete.
1984 was terrible.
Oh yeah. I thought you meant the book.
So bad.
The book was great.
So bad.
Yeah, the movie. I don't know. That's how bad the movie was. I didn't even think about it.
I forgot about it.
So that's my thing, man. With these fandoms,
I'm still weirded out by.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still weirded out in Wonder Woman 84 by like Steve Trevor leaving a dude's body and her basically using this poor guy as a fuck toy. You know, that just weird.
I don't know what the hell she was thinking.
Like Wonder Woman just raped a dude.
What I don't know what she was. Well, it's happened in the comics.
Yeah,
snoo.
She's an Amazon. It's canon.
I don't read Wonder Woman that much like that. That's crazy if it is, but yeah. So these fandoms, I think they just need to be a little bit more chill. Yeah. So, but that being said, let's get into the show that got them in trouble and people hating on them. So we'll talk about Andor at first. So let me hit the transition. Let me get going. All right. So our first topic for the night is going to be Andor, episode 11, and then we'll talk about the whole series or the whole season as a whole. And so we're here with Zach Attack Reviews. So before you get going, you want to give a quick shout out to your channel?
Yeah. So my channel name is Zach Attacks Reviews. I do breakdowns of movies, trailers, do ranking lists. I do big blockbusters like Andor and Black Panther, but I also review smaller movies like Tar, Triangle of Sadness, and like everything in between. I try to cover everything from shows and movies and everything. I break down the good and the bad. So check me out.
Cool. Yeah, link will be in the description. So go check out Zach Attacks, man. You do some good stuff over there. Entertaining, very entertaining. So like I said, we're going to talk about Andor. We'll talk about some of the good, some of the bad about episode 11, and then we'll get into kind of the whole season 1, some of what we liked and disliked, and then give our rating for season 1. But we'll start off with Brandon, if you want to start off with some good stuff.
Oh, this final episode really, it's the first one in a while that really did it for me. I think that, in terms of the pacing, the dialogue, it really just kind of grabbed me. How everything how everything ultimately panned out. It really left me wanting more. And you guys know, and as we've talked about this entire season for this series, for me, it started out really solidly, and then it kind of slowed down, and then it picked back up, and then it kind of dragged. It started to lose me, and then it really kind of this one really, really worked for me. and plus the post credit scene was just awesome. But yeah, I was really happy with this one. It's kind of got me even kind of wanting to go back and rewatch the entire season, just in terms of pacing, just to kind of see it might flow a little better overall for me. But overall, I really like this episode.
Okay, what about you, Brian?
You know, I've been hating on this show from day one. This was how you do a finale. Honestly, I feel like
Day
it wrapped up day one. I was like, man, this sucks. But but no, what it was so good. I feel like it wrapped up a lot of storylines. It gave you satisfying like conclusions, and then it started a new story. Like everything was really good. I really liked the way they did this. I have no real complaints about this episode 12. I have complaints about 11, about 10, about 9, 8, 7, but how about 12? 12 was good. I feel like they did a very good job with closing out this season.
Okay. What about you, Zach?
I have mixed feelings about episode 12. I think that parts of it was a little too slow, but then other parts were really great. And I think that the ending was kind of soft.
Ooh, really? Okay,
especially
like
for well, we're going to talk about the whole series as a whole.
Yeah.
But because of how the whole series as a whole it was, I feel like the ending was kind of soft. Overall, I liked it. I enjoyed it when I was watching the train to work, but I was just sitting there like, okay, we're spending a lot of time just looking at these people walking, and I know that's important. We got to show them uprising, but I need a little bit more activity or something like that because so much was happening in the episodes before.
Yeah.
Was it a lot of happening in the episodes before?
Well, I think so. With the jailbreaks episode and everything that was going on jail, that was like 3 episodes, and I really enjoyed all that and seeing like the Empire finally being threatening. We never really got that in the movies. They usually like goofy. Yeah. It's like, how did Jedi just take all these guys out yet?
Yeah, like being a true fascist regime that we never got to see in the movies. Like, you really hated the Empire in this one. You know, I feel like even in like the Kenobi show, there were still people that were like, oh, the Empire's not too bad. And you got that a lot, you know, in other shows. This one right off the bat is like
made them look like dummies.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. But other people, like there's the guy when they get on the train or the little, not the train, but the bus thing, the little pickup truck, and they're going, and the guy like loves the Empire. You know, I think that was Zach Braff was the voice. You know, and he's like, oh, it's so great, it's so great. I'm like, really? You know, so we're here. It's like right off the bat, you hate the Empire. And then this episode was the cherry on top of like, oh, they are the bad guys, and you tend to forget that because of shows like Obi-Wan and other stuff, you know. So that's the one thing I did appreciate about this was like they really did show like how evil, like not even bad, evil they were at times, you know. So you know that's what one thing I really did like about this show. But overall for this episode was pretty good. I liked it. It tied everything together finally, and I hope season 2 is not going to have so many issues because the way this one ended. But you know, I mean, you never know. But the way, I enjoyed it. The ending I thought was good too. The way they set up for season 2. I still got some questions, but overall, it was like okay.
Kind of left you wanting to see what happens next.
Yeah, you know. So I got a lot more questions that I hope it gets answered. You know, I think they're kind of questions everyone has anyway. So, but overall, pretty good episode. Now and then anything bad, I'll just leave that up to whoever wants to talk about bad stuff. Keep it short. But any bad stuff,
Zach, finish up your thought when you were talking about the bad.
Yeah.
Just specifically this episode.
Yes.
Yeah, I just felt like how exciting all the lead up was to it. To me, I know you said you didn't really like 10, 11, and everything, and it was like an episode there that was a little slow, but like how exciting. I expected a big episode, and I think that the bombing, we're doing spoilers, right? Yeah. Right.
Yeah, spoilers,
of course.
Yeah.
But I think like the big bomb and them fighting, and that was really good. But I feel like Andor himself and who the show is about was just like in a corner, in a tunnel, in a backspace, in a room. He didn't like get involved in the action. It was like they were trying to protect him, and I get that, but it was just like he could have got into a scuffle. They could have like thrown in something in there. There was a lot of times where like the guy who's the payer, what's his name again? Not Bill Skarsgård, the Skarsgård father.
This guy's got Luffin.
Yeah, he was kind of just standing there, and they kept showing him looking, and it's just like Skellen. It's like let's go, let's do this. Like in certain parts of the episode, I think the later half of the episode was really good, but that first half, I was just like, okay, this is moving a little slow for me.
Mm-hmm. Wow, so you thought the other parts of this season was not as slow? Because I feel like there was build up, no payoff. Build up, no payoff.
Oh, if you're talking about the full season, when we talk about the full season, I have problems. I'm not saying that the whole season was flawless. No. I like this show. I don't love it because of the pacing issues. It's like a season of two halves for me.
Yeah. Okay. I can definitely agree with that. I don't know. I felt like a lot of it with Andor, I understood Cassian could not be seen. Like that was the biggest thing. Like you cannot see Cassian because that's what the Empire is doing, putting all the eggs in one basket. They're doing whatever it takes to find this one guy. Why? I have no effing clue. That's why I really don't understand. Why
they think that he knows the payer? They're like, he knows the payer. He's the one.
He's there. The payer is there. You looking for Andor? Like, all right, come on. You take everybody. Just start taking everyone out of his life. It didn't make any sense. I don't know. I just whatever. For this episode, if I look at it in a vacuum, I enjoyed the episode because I felt like at least we got build up, a little bit of a payoff. Because too much in this entire series is build up. See you next episode. Build up. Almost got you. Build up. It's like, dude, give me something. You only had 3 action scenes. I do agree that it should have been more action in this one because we've been building up for 3 episodes, but I didn't expect it anymore. I no longer expected to get any more action. I just wanted you to give me a little bit of payoff. And when you get nothing for so long and you get a drop of water, you're like, oh, that water was so good. That's kind of how I felt. Exactly. So
kind of begging for scraps, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Those crumbs I was talking about.
Exactly.
What are you, Brandon? Anything you didn't like about the episode?
My problems really kind of like with what Brian said, kind of lie with the show overall and just the way that it was paced. Like I've said many times, I just had a little trouble with it in terms of it holding my interest. Just in terms of it really hit the ground running for me, and then it dragged, and then some stuff happened, and it dragged some more, and then it slowed down, and then like I was trying to hang with it in that regard. What's up, Judah? But I think overall, really, they could step things up with the following season in terms of just the pacing and just, there were times where it almost lost me in that regard. That's my number one problem.
You used to call it such a slow burn. Like, this is a slow burn.
Slow burn.
If it's a slow burn,
and I was the one, ironically, I was the one like. Yeah, I was the main one here sticking up for it, saying, "Oh, it's a slow burn. Just give it time." And it tested even my patience.
It took its time, all right.
Yeah. If that, a slow burn, and it just took forever. Yeah. Like you said, like did it fizzle out by the time people kind of gave up on it? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people, like even my girlfriend was like. Like when I told her, I'm like, a lot of people are saying it's not Star Wars. She's like, I get it. It's very political intrigue and stuff like that, and that's what you're not used to when you see Star Wars. You're like, oh, they're talking that, okay, whatever.
But isn't that kind of what I said? Like, I feel like it's not very Star Warsy. It's just not.
Lords in chat,
and
I had to do that too.
You're not wrong.
1 and 2. Oh my god. And 4.
Yeah. Even the last episode 11.
I appreciated what they were trying to. Yeah, I appreciated what they were trying to do in terms of, it not feeling like Star Wars in the conventional sense, and I did appreciate that. But you gotta kind of give me something.
Yeah. So I mean, the bad thing I didn't like was kind of like what Zach was saying. Like, it's a show called Andor, and you don't really see Andor. I feel like they should have called this show something else. I don't know what, but it should have been something else. Like, I feel like if the show Rebels wasn't already taken, like, Rebels would have been a great title for this series. And then you can have your lead person. What happened?
Or something with Rogue One in it.
Yeah,
Rogue -1.
Rogue Negative. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they could have.
I'm going to mute myself on that last one. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Just do that. Let me see. I don't know if I got any booze or something, but yeah. That was here you go. There you go. Yeah. Especially having somebody like Diego Luna, like such a great actor, just kind of like you said, he's in a corner, he's over here, he's not doing anything. And it was like, and at the very end, he's still not doing anything. I was like, okay, like I like how he ended by challenging was that Lufin, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
I'm like, interesting, but again, that's not gonna pay off until next season. So I was like, like Brian was saying, like, oh, see you next episode. That's what this one kind of left me on, was like, see you in a year.
I didn't mind that much because Lucas has been looking for him so long, and for Andor to just take it to him and say, but he basically, it seems like it's time for him to join in the fight. So that's why I didn't mind them not following him all the time, because technically he's not really in the rebellion.
Yeah.
So they're showing you where the rebellion is, and they're showing you how he is taking the steps towards getting to the rebellion.
Yeah.
My problem is that they had like 5 episodes of them showing him doing the same step over and over again. Half step. Look, dude, just take the step. Let's see the next thing. I feel like it could have been good if we would have gone maybe 7 episodes.
Mm-hmm. I can see that. I can see them cutting some of that out. But yeah, do what you gotta do.
I think a point that I want to make, piggyback off of you, is that I think the problem with this is that the story shows us why Andor gets to where he gets to in Rogue One, because he starts off, I'm like, whoa, this is not the same person. But the director and the writer didn't give Diego Luna enough to make us feel that from him. I felt like a lot of scenes he was kind of just staring at people like,
yeah,
and not emoting. It's like he didn't know what he was supposed to. And I don't want to blame Diego. I feel like it's a direction thing. I feel like they weren't telling him what his character was like. It felt like he was unsure what his character arc was, so he was like doing his best to figure out the scene. That's what it felt like in a lot of scenes.
Yeah. I get that, because like kind of I think Brian said it was like at the end of this episode, or not even at the end, towards the middle of the episode, I was like, wait, why does everyone want Andor? Like, because Lufin wants Andor, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then I'm like, well, now she wants Andor from the Empire, and I had to sit there and think for a second. I was like, that's not a good thing to do. It's like, this is the big part, and everyone's looking for him, and then you're like, wait, why? And at the end of the season, you're like, why is he this key thing? Because he doesn't even know the role he's playing unintentionally, So I feel like that sense of confusion where he's just looking at people. He goes, "Oh, word, you looking for somebody? Oh, me?" It's like, that's a. Like,
I was in jail already. What are you looking for me for?
Yeah, you already had me. And that's another thing. It was like y'all, that's stupid. Like, you have holograms of people. And he's saying, "My name's John." Like, what? Like, you tell me he's not in a system to get it?
But that also shows, because a part of the show was also a character arc for the Empire itself too. The blonde lady, I really liked her. She was like the one Empire person who's like, I like this character. I wanted her to win, even though she should.
Yeah.
Well, she's a good bad guy
was
for
saying
me.
like, we need to tighten up, because too many of these things like that, like him just changing his name and no one knowing, is stuff that the Empire is just like, no one's gonna challenge us, and this is why this stuff is happening. So I feel like that's going to show why they're tightening up and why we get to see what happens in the future, why they're so crazy and so scary. I think that I think they did a good job with that character arc of like, yeah, the Empire just think that they just put people here and then everybody's just gonna be scared. And it's like, no, when we start seeing those cracks, it's like, oh, we can take you down.
Yeah.
Well, isn't it like we've seen the outer realm, we've seen the inner realm, and now this is giving us the middle, right in the middle, and you see how it shifts back and forth and how people's lives are affected. And they were even saying in the series, like there are times when we weren't affected at all. You know, we didn't think about the Empire at all. And then now they're right there in the middle of our lives. And seeing that was cool. I just wish that we got more of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they even said that as part of her speech, which that was another part of my favorite part of the episode was her speech and her saying like, oh, they came and they were visitors and we were like, whatever, cool. And now they're not leaving and they got like their foot on our neck and blah, blah, blah. I was like, that was a great speech. You know, if anything, this show has some pretty good speeches. But hers was like very powerful. Yeah.
I wanted to get out of my seat and go into my TV like, I'm here.
That was really
good.
Yeah.
Give me a blaster.
Yeah, and my favorite part, like the dude, like just starts beating people with her brick, like, and she said, "Take that," and she said, "Take that." You know, that was what I was thinking. You know, so I'm like, and how good is that brick that he's bashing like heads in and it ain't cracking?
That's
man.
You know,
and then the Empire just in there chilling. They're like, "Oh man, someone go get that guy!" And like, no one has a gun. He's gonna walk all the way up there. It's like you remember Thor 11 on the first Thor Ragnarok, and the guy who's I have to announce you. He has to run all the way to the castle. That's what it was like. He has to run all the way up the stairs to be able to stop the guy from hitting things. That's stupid. None of you guys got guns.
Just blow that shit up.
Come on.
You got a tank that just got blown up. Like I'm sure you got a few buttons. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. But like you said, it still like kind of like shows how disorganized and crazy the Empire thinks like they can just show you their big guns and like everyone's gonna bow down. So but yeah, that is a pretty good part of the show. So that being said, we'll get into some the entire season 1 as a whole, all 12 episodes from beginning to end, some good, some bad, and then we'll rate it at the end like we usually do with everything else. But Brandon, you're back. Give us some good stuff, some bad stuff of season 1. The whole season.
I'd say the main standout for me was the acting. All around the table, the acting was really, really good. I really liked the ambition of the show. I liked what they were trying to do in that regard and showing a completely different side of the galaxy. I thought that was really, really cool. Something that we're not used to. It was a breath of fresh air in that regard. I liked that it really demanded your attention, despite what we say about the pacing. It's something that you really had to pay attention to in order to follow it. I thought that was a really good idea on behalf of.
They whisper every single time.
Yeah. Yeah. On behalf of Dan and Tony Gilroy, I did enjoy that. I think everything really tied together in the end, and it left me wanting more. I will definitely watch a second season. After that final episode, I'm very much waiting for another season, just to see what happens next. I think when it comes to the bad stuff, I wouldn't really be saying anything that I haven't already. Sometimes it felt like a lot of build up and slow burn, and it kind of shot itself in the foot with that at times. Mm-hmm. That's how I felt with the slow burn. I know I was defending that very, very early on, but slow burn requires a payoff, and it requires a payoff furthermore at a certain point. It just felt like they really took their time doing that, and it never felt complete. It never felt like there was a real 100% payoff until it was almost too late. So I think that really worked against that. That was my main problem with it. That one officer, this is more of like a personal gripe, that one officer who we've been like kind of clowning on. You guys know the one I'm talking. What was his name?
Tastiest man ever.
Yeah, the one who's got the
What
crush
is it?
on the what's her name?
What is his name? Oh my god.
What's start with the S? I don't remember his name.
Every time he was talking to his
Stop.
mom, I was like, why are we listening
Yeah.
to this conversation?
Anyway, friggin' creep. I couldn't stand that dude.
Cyril.
Cyril. Yep.
Yeah. Zero. Friggin' restraining order just waiting to happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was, as far as Star Wars shows go, it was very much a peculiar case. It was an interesting case, but you know, it's overall I thought it was all right. That would be my verdict.
Okay. We'll get into like the actual now later never rating in a minute. What about you, Zach? You want to get some good, some bad?
So good. I do like Andor's character arc. And I like the deeper look into the Empire. As someone that's a casual Star Wars fan, I feel like that has been not something that we've really dwelled in. I know the prequels try to do it, but it wasn't as deep as this. They were kind of talking about like bartering points and lines and shit, and that's not what we were in here for. This was like real like tyranny that we were getting. And to get a central character that we could focus on in the Empire that I was actually rooting for. I don't know how the show did that. I think that was a great job because you're like, you know, I get it. She's just doing her job, but she's also working for Apple. And this is not good. And so I really like that. I really enjoyed all the callbacks to like real life. Everything with him getting caught up in the mix and how he ended up in jail. I thought that was just really crazy because I know people, you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time and you're not doing anything, but because you kind of look like a bunch of other people or you ran because you were scared, you end up in jail. And no due process. And like a lot of that stuff is happening right now in real life in the United States. So I really enjoy that they pulled that in there without like pushing it in your face.
Yeah.
It was like, now, hey, you know, we got to stop this in real life. It was kind of like, this is just part of the story. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you just feel bad for these people. So I really enjoyed that. Yeah, and I enjoyed 6 through 12. I really enjoyed episodes 6 through 12. I think the first 5 episodes was rough. Especially I think the first 3 episodes of the show was one of the first 3 episodes I've ever watched of a show.
Yeah. I get that.
Because the first episode is like he's looking for his sister, and then they completely dropped that shit.
Yeah.
And it was so choppy. It ended.
True.
Like, first episode ended. Like it's like it's forcing you. You have to watch these first 3 episodes. Not everybody can do that. So a lot of people might watch the first episode and like, what the fuck is this? This is boring. And it ends in a weird way, and I was just like, I guess I'm gonna go to the next episode. And then I went to the next episode, and it ended in a weird way. And I'm like, I'm kind of interested because I love Rogue One, but what? And then I watched the 3rd episode, and I was like, okay, what is happening here? And then the 4th episode was like, oh, I like this payoff. And then episode 5 came, and I was like, oh, this is boring. It was just like, oh, it was just like so up and down with like, I like slow burn content, but it has to give us something. Yeah, you gotta give me something. Like if I'm watching a 2-hour movie and it's slow burn, every 20 minutes I should be getting a reveal of something that's interesting me. Or you should have some interesting character work. The characters weren't that interesting to me, and I think that's the main problem. They were there for the plot.
Yeah. Then real quick before Brian goes on, Cold Lords came in and says they were hoping to see Bail Organa interacting with Mon Mothma. Agreed. You know, because Bail is a very big part of the rebellion. You know, not only because of Leia, but actually because of his power and his wealth. You know, and this whole first season is like money. What are we gonna do about it? And it's like, meanwhile, he's over here. He's like, you know, like just like
count his money, like
yeah. You know, he's like Scrooge McDuck jumping in the bin of you know, he's like, oh, you want some? You know, it's like all you gotta do is ask. You know, but yeah, I was hoping for that too. You know, but
maybe season 2.
Hopefully. You know, my well, I still have a payoff that I want to see, but we'll get into that later when it's my turn. But right now, Brian, why don't you go ahead? Some good, some bad.
I'm gonna say this: I can fix everything. I can fix all of it. Let's shorten it down to 7 episodes. All right.
Okay.
So those first 3 episodes, let's give that 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Give that 30 minutes. We can do all the same stuff and still say the same stuff. Then we get the big payoff. Then we can eliminate episode 5. All again, all that going. You know, we can go right to. Really, I mean, it goes 3, then we're like 6, and then like 10. Like you can do like half an hour episodes in between those things and get to the same point at 12. We didn't need any of that stuff. And it was too long. It seemed like they're trying to make all this content into this thing, and it got stale.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much, as you said, there's so much build up, character development. We're trying to give you an idea of what we're thinking and all this stuff, and nothing happens. Too much. I will go through 2 episodes with nothing happening. Like what changed from the beginning of this episode to the end of this episode? Nothing. They're still in jail. Luthen is still doing his thing. Mon Mothma still has no idea how to hide this money. Nothing. Like nothing changed the whole plot. And that happened multiple times. That's my problem. And then with the whole thing, why are they chasing Andor? If they're chasing Andor, he's talking to like 7 different people that know who he is. But they're going after Andor. What the? Who cares? Doesn't make any sense. So I felt like my first problem was I didn't think it was very Star Warsy. But I could get past that because you're trying to expand the universe. You're trying to give us more, because it felt to me, you know, like you're looking for spice, like, you know, that you're adding up to another part of this thing that we know it's there, but building it up. I'm okay with that, but if you're gonna do that, you better pay off all the time, because you don't have anything like the Force. You don't have any of these characters that we know. So to do a slow burn with characters that we don't know, and you're not developing the characters, and nothing's paid off. That's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
So I mean, literally, I would cut half all the shows out the way just to try to save it. So I don't know. That's me though.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, and I think Disney Plus has that issue where series that you're like, hey, I want more. They're like, nah, this is all you get. You get 6 episodes. You get 7 episodes.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, like WandaVision. Like, oh, you wanted 10? Nah, you know. Where this one is like, we're gonna make you watch 12 episodes when it really only needs to be 6, maybe 7. You know, so yeah, I agree with you there with that. You know, but yeah, I mean, for some of the bad stuff was, like you said, it was just the slow burn, which is the biggest issue. I don't mind, because right off the bat they said they weren't going to do any like callbacks to Vader or Luke or any stuff like that. I'm like, okay, if you want to be in your own story bubble of the rebellion, fine. I'm okay with that. But you gotta give us the sense of you're in the same universe as Star Wars. You just can't drop in like, oh, the Emperor, like, cool, like, you know, like it just didn't feel like it was in the same universe all the time. And there's other times when you're like, oh wow, this is gorgeous. Like episode 6 with the heist. That was so awesome. Good. You know, that was such a great episode. You know, like
we had to deal with 7, 8, and 9 after it. Yeah,
I didn't mind. Was it what the episode when he already is arrested and stuff like that? It was a 9 and 10, I think. Those were good episodes. But but 9 and 10 could have been one episode. Exactly. You know what I mean? Like that didn't have to be like, oh, here's a buildup of him being in jail, and then here's the payoff of him getting out of jail. It's like that could have been one episode. But you know, the jail part was cool. You know, there was a lot of cool parts, but you know, who is that? I saw somebody on Twitter was like, oh, this was the slow burn, and it was like the Wile E. Coyote like lights it and it goes and then it stops. And then like he tries to go, you know, look, and then it goes again. Like that's what this was like. It was just like the fuse was burning and then it just stopped. And you're like, wait, is it still going? And then like it picks up and, you know, it felt very too roller coastery for me. You know, you can't have
probably the best way to describe it too.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have something really, really great and then drop down to like you fall asleep and you need to rewind. It's like, and I know Cold Lord said that. That's not the first time I heard that either. People said that. So, I've had to do it a few times in like episode 5.
And I hate to compare shows, but this show has the production level and the writing level of something like a Rings of Power and a House of Dragon. And all 3 of those shows are slow burns. And especially House of Dragon, where this episodes where nothing happens. And I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
But
they
have interesting characters.
Yes.
And that's the difference. If the characters that were in these slower episodes were interesting, especially the heist people, I did not give one flying frick about any of those heist people. Not at all.
Yeah.
And that was the problem because we were supposed to kick us. They're going to die. And they're like, oh my God, they die. I was like, yeah, they're going to die. They're dumb. But like Rings of Power gave me the elf that was really interesting and the organ that was interesting and the mystery man. And I'm like, who is these people and what's going on? And I don't know anything about Lord of the Rings and I want to know everything. House of Dragons gave me all this incest and craziness and all this nonsense. And I'm like, okay, it's slow, but you're giving me peeking my juices with the characters while the story is going. I have problems with those shows. But the characters were interesting. With Andor, the problem is the story might be more superior than both of those, but the characters were not.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's a perfect example.
Can you name 10 characters
from this show? I can't even pronounce their names. That's the problem.
Some of them. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but you can name Rhaenyra, Rhaenys, and Daemon.
And they got complicated names too.
You know what I'm saying? You can name because you knew who they were. And Alicent, you know who these people are. I don't know. I'm still not sure who Forrest Whitaker is. I'm still not sure. Like I'm like,
he's been in the show and the movie. You're so like,
his eyes like this. I know he does this. I have no idea exactly what's going on. He is one of the best actors to ever act. I have no idea. Yeah. I don't even know if he ever said his name. And Scalian Skarsgård, is that how you saying that name?
Yeah.
He was phenomenal the whole show. Yeah. Oh my God. He was fantastic. His character was fantastic. But once again, we didn't see him do anything.
Exactly.
We didn't see what
he put on a wig
actually doing. That was very interesting. The scene that really made me go, oh, I like this guy, is when he put the wig on and he kind of like changed in the mirror. Yeah. And I was like, oh, this man is acting his ass off. I appreciate when people put effort like that. But once again, it's like the Gore the God Butcher problem. You didn't show him butchering the gods.
Yeah,
exactly.
Give me something.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm right there. When he did that, he put the wig on and he like completely changed. I'm like, oh, he's gonna. And then it never paid that off because the next scene was like, he works. Like, yeah, cool. He works as this thing, but I was like, I wanted more of that. That more like of the instant change. And we only got the one, and then that was it. And I was like, you don't have like one of the 15 Skarsgårds that are in Hollywood to not like take advantage of their good acting. So. I don't know, but like you said with the characters though, was like a good example was like Daemon, from Game of Thrones. The story could have been boring, but they showed him. Everyone got in the seat, like, oh, what's this guy gonna say? He's gonna piss somebody off, like, And in this series, I didn't get any of that. I didn't get like, I'm like, ooh, this guy's on screen. What's gonna happen? It's just like, I'm like, oh, okay, but it wasn't bad enough where I'm like, I don't care. But it wasn't like interesting enough where I was like, I changed my mood like instantly. Like, oh, it's a new scene with this new guy. Oh, cool. What's going on? It's just like very monotone. Like the whole thing is like, I didn't feel anything with some of these characters, like Mon Mothma, I felt like should have been pretty cool, and she had points where she could have been cool. And then it's just like, okay, nothing.
I found it interesting a little bit. Like, oh, she gave up her daughter. All this stuff she's trying to plan this out, trying to stay hidden in plain sight. But they cut to her so many times, and the same shit was still going on.
Yeah,
same room,
same thing,
same curtains,
same conversation,
same food on the table.
I was like, "What are you doing?"
Born ass husband.
Do something. Like I feel like a kid, like with a stick, like poking. Do something.
And then they kept
Do
showing her in
something.
that area where she's trying to get people to do stuff, and it was like they recorded it in like different angles and just gave it to his Splice
Yeah.
because she's saying stuff, and then people are leaving, and I'm like, that's the same exact thing I'm pretty sure that's the same person that left last time.
Yeah.
They only had 10
Yeah.
people, so they say it's COVID times. That's why.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
come on.
Well, this was recorded. COVID might be a problem.
Maybe there was. That's why they couldn't give us a good story. I mean,
The
Too
story
soon?
was good.
too soon.
That wasn't the problem. I think it was.
I think it had
tried to see
potential.
characters.
Yeah. You need to spice it up a little bit. And then Cold Lords, 2 episodes of how it's made, them building whatever that was. So you guys, so that was part of, I don't know if Cold Lords, there's a post-credit scene at the end of episode 12.
That was like,
Yep.
Yeah. Did that surprise any of you? I kind of knew, but I didn't know what part of it was being built.
Yeah, I had no idea what they were doing.
me neither.
So here, I'll flat out say it. So if you haven't watched it, earmuffs or whatever, put us on mute for 10 seconds or a minute or so. So they were building parts for the Death Star, which I knew from the bat. I was like, oh, for sure. Especially when you find out they're basically being slaves and there's no way out, that they're in there forever. I was like, oh yeah, they're building the Death Star. Like that's how it's gonna happen. Yeah. So and then they just showed you like, oh, what they were building was like a connector from all the plates for the big, death beam on the Death Star. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. But it was a cool scene, where I'm like, haha, like cool, like payoff, but it ultimately didn't really mean anything, So I was like,
You look back and you realize I'm still where I was at episode 2.
Yeah. Like, why are they chasing him?
I just feel like Cassian Andor, this whole first season was about him getting into the rebellion. That's all this was. It's about him getting into the rebellion, and that's too many episodes for one thing to happen.
Yeah,
that's the biggest problem. If I'm telling you, if they cut this, if this was 7 episodes and they cut all the fat out of it, we would be saying right now, this is one of the best Star Wars stories I've ever seen. This has been was enough action that piqued my interest all the time. Anytime I felt like I was falling off, they brought me back. If they can just do those things, but when you push it into 12 and it's on the same plan for 4 years, and you got to see them run the full 5 miles, like you got to stare and watch. Oh, that's mile 1. We come back mile 2. Like there's no need to do that. We understand you're running. Get to the point. Get where you need to get. If they did it right, this could have been very cool.
Also, have a counterpoint to that too. Is like this should have been a weekly show. Even if they kept to 12, this should have been dropped all at the same time, and just let it just binge.
Definitely
just go through.
If you can binge this, it wouldn't have been as bad.
Yeah,
because I could have been like, okay, I want to watch the first 4 episodes.
Process, the way they dropped it.
Yeah. I would have watched the first 4 episodes, like, oh, okay. And then I would have watched 5, 6, and 7. I'm like, okay. And then, like, I would have been waiting each week, like, okay, I got this episode this week, and I'm like, this is kind of boring.
Yeah.
I would have been like 5 to 6. I'm like, okay, that's one full block of, oh, this is good together.
Yeah. Yeah. That's actually a pretty good point. That would have definitely. I think Brandon was saying that too. Like he's gonna binge it again this weekend because it probably plays better that way, which is probably what they should have done from the beginning. Like you said, a slow burn should be released all at once. Like here you go, like you can watch it all burn. Like take your time with it. Yeah. But
I guarantee Brandon will be 3 hours of this whole thing.
I think that's it.
And guess what? You won't miss anything.
Yeah. Well, that being said, let's rate this one. So we rate ours a little bit simple. We do it now means watch it now, drop whatever you're doing. Later means watch it whenever you get a chance, no big deal. And never means skip it. It's not even worth putting any attention into it. So that being said, I'll let Brandon go first to kind of go around. Over.
This is a very definite later, and it's not to say that it's a bad show because it's really not. You just have to have a lot of patience with it. So, and as someone who's grown up loving Star Wars, it's very, very much a different side of Star Wars. So if you're going in expecting, like A New Hope or The Mandalorian, even, you're going to be disappointed. So you really have to know what you're getting yourself into. and you really have to have a lot of patience. So that said, it's nothing you really. It's great. It's well acted. I really liked the idea and concept of it. The execution was kind of where my problems lied. But with all that in mind, I'd say later.
Yeah. Okay. What about you, Zach?
It's a never. No, I'm joking. No, it's a later. It's a later. There's nothing in here that's pertinent. Like, oh my god, you gotta see this. This is crazy. I think that I really, really like the jail stuff, even like all the jail stuff. But there's other shows on television that's not sci-fi that does that more interesting. And you don't have to sit through those first 5 episodes of like almost nothing.
I mean, the heist was okay.
The heist was pretty good. The whole
was good.
star thing, that was
Beautiful.
gorgeous. That was like Star Wars meet like Mission Impossible. I like the mixture of that. This one thing I'll give this show and why you should check it out is I'm a more mature Star Wars, and I need Star Wars to kind of mature more. I'm 30 something. I don't need Luke Skywalker eating random eggs from random things. Like, yeah, there could be jokes and stuff like that, and I feel like that would have helped the show. Is my mic good?
Yeah,
you're good.
Oh, okay. But I do think that you should check it out. I think that it's a gorgeous show, well acted. It is well written. It's just not well paced. So yeah, definitely check it out when you get a chance, but you don't have to rush.
Yeah. Brian, what you got?
All right. I don't think this is really a Star Wars show, but it's definitely the Star Wars universe. I feel like it was more like Doom. I feel this way. I feel like it felt more like Doom. You know, they are in the same universe, you know, because you're talking about the spice and we see how things are being done, and but it seemed more like a lot of talking, not as much action. But I didn't mind them doing that if they could pay it off. And I don't think it was written well. You saying it was written well. I don't think it was written well because I think you write some things about your characters into it. You write intrigue into the show, and they didn't do that with all the characters. I literally don't remember anyone else. That's really, Biz and Andor. That's the only two people I really know. That's it. You know, it's just no one else really gravitating and pulled you. You were like, oh, I remember that guard with the blonde hair. What's her name? I don't know. Guess what? They didn't do a good job developing that character. So with that all being said, it's a later, but if it was cut the right way, I feel like it could be very, very good. And I'm excited to see what they do with season 2, because if they get rid of a lot of that dead time and actually give us something going on or developing into something, then maybe we have a very good show. Because I love Rogue One, and going to Rogue One, this has to be really good. Season 2 has to be good.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. Like, I'm gonna give it a later. Because there were good parts where you're like, oh wow, that's cool. You know, like you said, episode 6, the heist, and the last episode for me were like the 2 best, and then the rest were
the jailbreak was good.
Mid to like. The jailbreak was cool. Yeah, I'll give that. But again, that's 2 episodes that should have been 1 episode, you know, where it did drag on a little bit. And I felt like if they would have condensed it down, that would have been probably one of the best episodes, you know, but right now the heist is the best episode, like just because it felt the most Star Wars, like you said, not only because they're TIE fighters and shit, you know, that's part of it, but also just the vibe of like these people having like religion and beliefs and stuff like that, reminding you of the Force, you know, because you could easily be like, oh, you know, this is happening because of the Force and stuff like that. I felt you never got a lot of that, you know, where I make fun of a lot of like, oh, why did this happen? Because of the Force, you know, like that's such an easy explanation in Star Wars. We never got any of that in this episode or in this series in season 1. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, like you said, you know, but you know, it was definitely very adult, very different vibe, which I did appreciate, but it just it needed more of it. You know what I mean? Like it just like I said, it just dragged. It's dragged. You know, this is 5 years before Rogue One. I was like, that's not a lot of time
You could do a lot of stuff.
To say how the rebellion started in the 5 years. You know what I mean? Because by the time we get to Rogue One, the rebellion is kind of like pretty formed, at that point, because that's where the New Hope starts at the end of Rogue One. So at the end of Rogue One, New Hope starts. So it's like the rebellion's a thing at that point. So it's like you got 5 years, to really get to that point. And I don't know. I don't know if they really are there.
Season 2 is going to be 12 episodes again. It's going to be 3 episode arcs. And then after 3 episodes, years are going to pass each 3 episode arc. That's what they said. So we may get a speedier show because time jumps.
Yeah. Which is, I don't know. I mean, because even with this, like, how long was he in the jail for? No one really said that. Was he in it for a year, a week, a month?
I think they did see it.
Did they? I missed it.
He was definitely not there for the length of time he was supposed to. I think he was there way shorter. He got out way before.
Yeah. So, but yeah, like I said, I'm giving it later. It was fun at parts. There's times where you're kind of boring, but now that it's all out, I would say watch it now. That it's all out. This is a good thing. For sure. I know, like Zach said, Brandon was even saying it's definitely a binge show because one, you can fast forward and know there's something else coming up. You don't have to wait a week. But yeah, that's where I'm at with it. I think we're all kind of in the same spot. And then we got in season 2, I want to see the Empire at one of those galactic Senate parties. Oh, that'll be interesting. Glass in one hand and cheese plate in the other while dropping venom on the senators. That's good. Well, it reminds me of, have you ever seen the Robot Chicken Star Wars ones?
Yeah.
He goes, what the fuck is an aluminum falcon? It's like you want to see that kind of like a drunk emperor. Like I
want to see him at a barbecue and the fire goes out and he's like, don't worry about that. Keep the party going. Lightning. Zzz, keep it going.
Like a Bud Light commercial. Like he turns around. Yeah.
Yo, did you guys realize that people are complaining and making videos that there's bricks in Star Wars universe now?
Yeah, that was
toxic fandom.
Yeah, that was one of the things Star Wars Theory brought up, was like all about bricks instead of being smooth sandstone. I did think that was a little silly. I was like,
it's entire galaxy.
Yeah.
Can't you have some different type of things everywhere?
Yes, yeah, different planet we never been to.
Yeah. And it was like, but it's also like, think of the world. You know what I mean? You go to like a deserty place. They have like clay houses and stuff. Like, yeah, that's gonna be kind of smooth. But also like you go to other places and like also kind of the same environment. They decide to make brick clays, rather than the giant clay wall.
They do all
limestone.
So not use stone at all. They might use fucking trees and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I mean, we've been to all the different plants and we saw different things. Where Luke was at Returns, or not the Returns, The Last Jedi. He lived in like a brick house. That was a brick. Like
it was a castle. It was all type of stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, I didn't think that was that big of a deal. The guns, I think they were futuristic-y enough to be like, all right, whatever. If they were like a little pull trigger and like revolver, I was like, all right, you need to calm down now. But but it did have that vibe of it, because George Lucas did that a lot. He goes, I want samurai, but not full on samurai. I want a Western, but not a full on Western. And this one, like, Dale Lugana had that gun that like the inside of it like flips like that. And I thought that was cool, and that reminded me of a revolver. Yeah, so I'm like, stuff like that is like, you want to be reminded of real life things, but it doesn't want to be a real world thing, and I thought they did a pretty good job with it, and the brick thing was pretty cool, especially like them as they die, they become a brick that helps build this. I'm like, that's pretty cool. Because when Andor comes back and he goes to Clem's, his adopted dad, his brick. I'm like, that's cool. Like that's pretty cool.
Become part of the city. You become part of the building. You always are there. You helped build this place, and now you're helping build this place up.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Yeah, literal and metaphorical. So, but it also reminded me of real life things. When they're building a new building and you donate money. You're like, you can name it after a brick after your dad or a brick after somebody you love. You know, so it's kind of the same vibe, but obviously I think this was very meaningful where you can go somewhere and be like, oh, this is a place my loved one loved and now he's part of it forever, you know?
Yep.
So I thought that was kind of interesting, but you know, if you just like, yeah, bricks takes you out of it, then you know, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, sometimes the smallest things just take you out of a movie, you know, or a show, and you're just like, it throws you off. But then we also got Martin coming in saying, check out Zach Attack's channel. There's his YouTube right there.
Oh, thank you, Martin.
So Martin's part of the Nerd Huddle with us. So he does a lot of the sportsy stuff. So
nice.
But yeah, he's part of our group over here. So appreciate it, Martin.
Partner in crime on sports stuff.
Is that the fourth guy in the picture I've never seen?
No.
Oh, okay.
Will usually just does Spoiler Kings, but he's got some stuff going on. Hopefully he come back pretty soon. But Martin is more of the sports side. So if you go Nerd Huddle on Dynasty Pylon over there, Martin's the football fantasy football guru guy. So
I'm better. I said
I don't even competitive.
Martin's going to kick my butt.
He's going to log in right now. He's like, what? I'm going to end the stream. So that being said, you guys, any last thoughts, ideas, something you didn't say you want to get out real quick with Andor?
I'm pretty sure I said it all.
Speaking of checking out my channel, I am going to do a review. Break down the good and the bad, like I said, more in depth than I did here. Yeah, check that out when it comes out.
Yep,
most definitely. I'll be watching.
Yep. So again, make sure you go check out Zach Attacks. Link will be in the description. Go give him some love and go leave a comment on a few of his channels. But that being said, let's move on to our next topic. All right. Probably wait for Brandon to show up.
Cool.
And then while we do that, I'm looking for a tier list so I could get ready.
Yeah, I have mine up.
Well, like one we can actually show on screen. I was looking at how many
Should
things.
I, write a list of.
No. I'm
more stuff.
I'm gonna have a tier list up, and it's gonna have all the stuff, and then we're gonna
say it.
Okay. Yeah. I'll have a screen that comes up, and we'll rank it like actual tier list, A, B, C, and all that stuff. Okay. But I'm looking at one.
I know. We'll get them
because I was just like, shit. I don't remember what I said in my videos, and it was like 3 days ago.
There you go. You wish you were better. I'm just you didn't know about.
You didn't even know.
He is good at IDP. I did IDP before, but I've never been in depth as much as he showed me. So I gotta give him some.
I was gonna say he's the Bane. He goes. You just adopted IDP. I was born
here,
molded by it. And then he breaks your back.
I knew it before. Oh man.
Yeah, which we always make fun of because he was like, I've been playing fantasy football forever. I'm like, yeah, you were born with like a sheet of paper and like a fancy lineup.
Oh man,
that's so great.
Yeah. Well, so I'm looking at all of Phase 4. While we wait for him, because we're gonna talk. This Guardian of the Galaxy when Brandon comes back in a few minutes. I think he said he had to restart his computer.
Cool.
Yes.
Phase 4. So I got 7 movies, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
specials.
7. Yeah.
I remember from ranking it. Seven movies, 8 shows, 2 specials.
Yeah. Okay. That was another question. Did this special count as Phase 4, or is it the beginning of Phase 5?
I'm counting as the ending of Phase 4. Because it was this year. So it's just like, yeah. I feel like Quantumania is going to start Phase 5.
I think so too.
For your phone last hour. I was going to say sorry, but now not so much. I swear I missed it. I've been talking to Martin like this entire time, like on and off. Like that's what's going on.
Let's see, because on here, So you said 8 shows, 7 movies,
2 specials. Yeah.
So this list is missing some stuff.
Are we counting I Am Groot?
Nah, because that
Okay.
doesn't. That's really not here or there.
I did not watch that at all. I was like, I'm good.
Really? I would watch it. I mean, they're like 3-minute episops. They're super quick. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're cute. They're cute. They're goofy. They really don't change. Thank you for blocking that. I don't know who blocked it.
I got it.
Yeah. So it's funny, man. It was. You can knock out all 6 episodes in like 30 minutes.
Really? Oh, so I might do after this.
Yeah, in 30 minutes you'd be done. You're good.
Yeah, I mean it's not going to change your world or anything, but you'll get a little laugh here and there.
I have so much stuff to watch. So like my favorite show of all time is Dark on Netflix, and the creators of that just dropped a new show.
Everyone is saying this. Was Dark that good?
Dark is one of the most well-written, well-casted shows I've ever seen in my life. Like, when you watch a show and they do like time travel and then they have the younger person, and you're like, that does not look like a younger version of that person.
Yep.
When I tell you that they cast it so well that when they went to the future, the older person looked like the present person, and then the past person looked like they looked like all two. It was insane. I was like, who sat there like for 5 years looking for this person? Like, no, they gotta look exact. But the story was just. It was so crazy. Time travel. There was like a romance involved. It was just so timey-wimey and crazy, but all made sense. Hey, Horror Geek.
What's up, Horror Geek?
Dude,
you know what he's talking about.
Got me. All right. That's all I need.
Yeah, I want to watch. I have Wednesday to watch.
Wednesday, I heard it's good.
$18.99,
which is
$18.99.
First episode.
Yeah.
Oh, literally dark. Like I can't even watch it on the train. I can't see shit in that show.
Oh, really?
It's like those episodes of House of Dragon where you couldn't see anything. I was like, what's happening? They're like showing something in the woods. It was like, I'm not scared because I don't know what's going on. I put my phone like all the way up and I was like, I still can't see nothing. What is this? What the hell?
Nothing's actually happening.
Yeah. Like, you don't need to see this. This is low budget right now.
That's funny.
Yeah, I'm really interested.
I think
they have some of the actors from it.
We should just go on.
Yeah, we've been going on for a while already. So when Brandon comes in, we'll throw him in there.
Yeah.
But this one should be a little easier. We're just doing good and bad, and it's just one thing. So
yeah,
and then give our ratings. All right. So when he comes in, we'll just add him in here. But let's get going. All right, welcome to Spoiler Kings, and our next topic for the night is Guardians of the Galaxy, the holiday special. So we're going to get into some of the good, some of the bad, and get our ratings. But first, we have a special guest. We have Zach Attack's reviews down here.
Everyone.
Hey, you want to give a quick shout out to your channel?
Yeah, it's Zach Attack Reviews. I break down the good and the bad and the ugly and everything in between of movies, television shows, trailers. I do ranking lists. I go real in depth. If you like high budget movies like Wakanda Forever, I review that. If you like small movies like, I don't know, Decision to Leave, you should you can check me out. I love indie. I love A24, but I also love Marvel and DC. So if you're into that stuff, subscribe to Zach Attack Reviews. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Thanks for coming back on. And then your link will be in the description. So make sure you go check them out and go give them some love over there.
And if you're watching this and you're not subscribed to Spoiler Kings, subscribe. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. We hit our goal of 500. So we're super good. So
guys,
yeah, we're super excited.
Hey,
thank you, Martin.
Right there.
Appreciate you, Martin.
Yep. There you go. There it is at Zach Attack Reviews. But all right, we got Brandon back, so we're gonna start with this holiday special. It is I looked it up. It is the official conclusion of Phase 4. So that is it. We are done with Phase 4. This was the last thing. A nice little holiday special about the Guardians of the Galaxy trying to help Peter Quill find Christmas again. And in order to do that, they figure they're gonna go get his hero, Kevin Bacon, and then hilarity ensues and all that stuff. But with that being said, it's nothing crazy. It's not gonna change the MCU. It's not really gonna change the Guardians too much going into the next season. A little bit, but nothing crazy. But But with that being said, we'll get into some of the good stuff. So just give us one or two things of that. Why don't you start off, Brandon?
First and foremost, thanks for your guys' patience. I was trying to hash out my seems to be plaguing things.
That's all good.
So this did pretty much. What's that?
No, I'm saying good night to Court Lords. That's all.
Oh, they're out here.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, that guy.
Okay. Well, anyway, I think it did pretty much what it said. Yeah, I'm going. It set out pretty much and did exactly what it promised. Pretty much delivered basically everything that we saw from the trailer. Very fun. The runtime was perfect at just 45 minutes. Hilarious, as we've come to expect from James. Heartfelt at time. Music selection was great. They even had some Smashing Pumpkins in there, which I was really happy about. It's very, very much standalone. So just like Tank said, you're not, expecting it really world building or anything like that. Yeah. I was pretty happy with it overall. It was a fun watch. I watched it with my
any bad things you want to talk about real quick? Just in case you cut off again.
As far as the bad things go, yeah, just in case I cut off, and I know I'm still probably lagging like crazy, but I'd say if there were any downsides to it, a couple of jokes may have been ran into the ground, I'd say, and that's kind of like a commonality when it comes to Marvel, especially Phase 4. Like some of the attempts at humor don't quite work for me. None of it was bad per se, but at times there were points where I was like, okay, wrap up the joke, keep it moving. I'd say that was my main, my main thing with it at times. Other than that, I was pretty happy with it. It was, fun little holiday romp. Other than that.
Okay, awesome. What about you, Zach? You give us a couple good things, couple bad things.
I think this was the perfect ending for Phase 4 because I've been talking about it so much about how Phase 4 is about trauma, healing, and every single character from show and movie has been going through that. And with Wakanda Forever, they've, I realized it with that movie, but this movie with how it ends, it's like really about healing. It's really about that. Like Chris Pratt's character, Star-Lord, has the trauma from losing someone, and then they come back in a different form, and then I guess basically you lose them again, and he gains something there that he's always wanted in his family, and he's finally realizing like you don't need like familiar blood like all the time, like other people who you're around as your family as well, and he just feels real whole. And I feel like that was perfect way of like, okay, this is how you heal. We come together as a community, and we can move on to the next phase with the timey-wimey stuff. I had a lot of fun. It was funny. It was brisk. It went down real well. I think Mantis was fantastic. I think Palm Kinnan, I don't know how to say her name, but she was really great. She really anchored the show as Mantis, or the special as Mantis, and did a really great job as the best character, I think, in this. I think Cosmo the dog was fun, and I think that. I like that, and I think you guys are saying there's like no world building, but I think them saying that they bought the Nowhere from the Collector was world building, and now like when I watch Volume 3, it's not going to be like, what the hell, and where all these people come from and all that stuff like that. I kind of have a knowledge of like, okay, I get it. They're building a community. It's going to be a bigger Guardians of the Galaxy, and the fact, well, we're doing spoilers, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. The fact that Mantis and Starla, even though it was spoiled before I saw the special, is brother and sister. I think that might tie into something later on in Volume 3, where maybe she might wake in a power because Brian's been saying that they might kill Star-Lord, and I can see that affecting her in a way now that they have that familiar bond. So they did some things here that like we won't have to talk about it in Volume 3 now. If you saw this, we can just go, which I'm all about, having these little stopgaps where the movie can just kind of go and don't have to mess up. But this in total was really fun. My negatives is that Kevin Bacon didn't dance. I think that was absolutely positively ridiculous.
He can run, but he can't dance.
You know,
you can run, but you can't dance.
That boy was running. He was Usain bolting out of there.
Mm-hmm.
How are you outrunning Drax? And
Yeah,
man,
right?
and you tell me he can't do some footloose? That's a big
Yeah.
That's some bullshit. It was great that he sung, but he should have been dancing too. They should have been saving the world something.
It should have been a dance off, like you said earlier. It should have been a dance off.
Yeah, it should have been a dance off. That should have been the first thing he did when he said he was going to come back. One other negative that's for real, like obviously, like I'm joking about the dancing, kind of not, but
Like 50-50.
was Dave Bautista as Drax? I've always had a problem, and I know he has a problem with the way the character is portrayed. And yeah, he's just done. Like I can see it, and just the execution of his lines and just his body language, and yeah, he's moved on to Dune and M. Night Shyamalan and like real acting. And yeah, I just think that character is not as great as it could have been. Like he was kind of funny here and there, but for the most part, his jokes were like, all right.
Okay.
Didn't
What are you,
quite
Brian?
land, right?
What you got? Yeah.
So I probably liked it more than most people. I feel like I could relate to it a lot more. So we have the Star-Lord and Yondu. That whole story, that was great to me. You know, what you see what Yondu did from everybody else. When it was just them two, that connection was something special. I think when we talk about loss, I think that's probably one of the biggest loss that Peter has to deal with. That loss of Yondu, and knowing how much he loved him, and to find out that Yondu loved him back too, and now you're seeing all these in betweens. That was awesome.
I'm your daddy, boy.
Hey, but it was just awesome, and even him and how Kraglin. I understand how Kraglin is like almost like a half brother for Peter too.
Yeah,
you know, so he has that. He has that connection with him. And then the whole thing with Mantis now, knowing that you have this sister and having that bond that you thought you lost forever, having that given back to you, I thought that was amazing too.
Best Christmas gift ever.
But even for, it's like when Mantis was trying to decide how do I tell him, and the fact that he was so accepting of it just made me feel good. You know, in the Christmas season, the holiday season, this is what you really want to see. You want to see a movie or a show that warms your heart, that fills you up with joy. And that's why I saw, even when they did all the lights and they did all of, nowhere, it's just everything looked so great. And what they said about Peter is that he's probably one of the greatest heroes of all time. He saved the galaxy twice. He's probably one of the that's how they see him. So like those little things were huge to me. You know, I thought Groot looked stupid. It was terrible.
Man.
I'm with you.
I was like, why you got a big body, little head? What happened?
Because he's a teenager.
Why did it look so disproportionate?
He was
every teenager's awkward
looking. He was already a
teenager
when
he was like a preteen.
He was a preteen.
I think it was preteen. I think it was preteen.
Here, I think he's like 16. Face. Yeah, you know, so he's all like, you know, long arms, but you know, short torso, and like he's all growing. He's all weirdly shaped. You know, like every other teenage boy. You know, it's just sorry to ruin if you're 11.
I work with teens. They got some small ass heads and big ass long arms. It was pretty accurate.
Yeah, like long legs, long arms, short torso, small head, wide shoulders.
Looking like this. I'm like, what's going on?
Except Brian went from 8 to 22. Like
I literally went like I grew like. I was telling the story. Me and Marvin grew like 12 inches in one summer. I had like these size 15. I was on like 5'5", and then next year I came back. I was like 6'2".
God damn! I'm jealous as hell. Jealous as all hell.
But no, I mean, I thought we could have got a little bit more Rocket. I thought Drax was not really interesting. Like nothing about Drax was interesting. Kevin Bacon was awesome, and seeing him, and he did a great job acting because he did so many different emotions. That was awesome. And then seeing Mantis use her mind control stuff. Overall, it was just a joyous event that gave me more information about the Guardians and reminded me why I like the Guardians so much. And they did that without giving me too much Peter Quill. They did that with everything else, the surrounding things, which makes me really I can't wait to see Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I think this is going to be Volume 3 is going to be an epic conclusion.
Yeah.
And I think that he gave us a lot of Rocket because it's going to be focused on Rocket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
I can see that. I can see that that this movie focused on maybe these two characters because the movie is going to focus on the other ones that weren't really in this show, which is good, which I don't mind, you know. But I don't know, you guys. I liked Drax in this one. I thought he was goofy, you know. He goes, "You're an actor." He goes, "We hate acting." Like that whole that was a funny joke, you know. Like they're like gagging. But I know he's done, and for me, it's like he one thing that Dave Bautista always said, you know, since I think the second one was he doesn't want to be shirtless anymore. Yeah. You know, and I feel like James Gunn's like, all right, cool, here's a sweater. Like, you know, like it's not that big of a deal. Like, cool, you don't like showing your nipples and you don't want to have a six-pack all the time because, you know, he's going on 60. Yeah, you know, yeah, cool. You know, so I thought that was cool by James Gunn. It was like, all right, you know, here's a sweater. Who gives a shit? You know, you're still a cool character. You're still you know? So I don't know. I like Drax, but I felt like that was just more of who Drax was. You know, he was just like this kind of
just Drax being what we're used to.
Yeah, you know, so I like Drax in this one, and I thought him and Mantis together worked really well. You know, and I like the evolution of what we saw from Mantis. You know, because I remember at the end of was it an Endgame when all the women come together and they're like, "What is she gonna do?" You know, like you know, and they pointed to like Mantis. I was like, "Oh, you saw? Okay, she knows how to fight. Like she could like jump through on walls and
Thanos.
Yeah, you know, yeah, exactly." So, you know, I appreciate that. I'm like,
Mantis had hands.
yeah, you know, she was messing people up.
Sleep. It was like watching one of those telecons, like those infomercials in the morning, you know. And then they're at church and they got the preacher because talking and don't lay hands on you, he touches them, and he's just all sleep. That's how she was doing. She just
knocking people out.
I think something you just said, Tank, made me realize what my problem with Drax was. What's think that? In this holiday special, everyone
you didn't see his nipples.
I need the nipples. They're so luscious.
You ain't got no nipple.
I think out of all the characters, every single character felt different from their first appearance. He feels exactly the same.
I get you.
That's interesting.
Yeah, everybody has grown. It was just so apparent in Mantis where she just barely talked in Volume 2, and she was so shy. She didn't really talk much in Infinity War and Endgame. She kind of like joked around with Drax a little bit, but she wasn't a person. This one, she was an actual being and not just a tool. Peter Quill being a leader and like accepting that, okay, I'm the leader. I have to, you know, make sure everything's going. I don't have time to goof. Like he's all about goofing and like, I don't have time to goof right now. I got to do stuff. You know, Nebula is one of the best MCU characters, period, written. Awesome. And she just feels like a different character as well. I think Drax is the only one that's just like, I'm still making jokes and I don't have any purpose. Like he just feel like he doesn't have any purpose. So like I think that's the problem.
Yeah. I mean, for the most part, he really doesn't. You know, because like his purpose was resolved in the first one. You know, well, yeah. You know, when he found out like, you got to kill Thanos, and then it never really happened for him. So it was like, you know, I guess it's like if you have a dream and then that dream happens and it wasn't you're doing at all, you know, like what does that have on a psyche? But I hope because I think this is just me thinking he's gonna die in the second one or in the third one as well. You know,
I can see him dying too.
I can
see him jumping in front of Peter.
That's what I'm thinking.
Trying to save Peter's life and giving his life up and saying, "Don't cry for me. I can see my wife and my child again." Yeah, like something like that. And that's going to be that huge flip. Like we don't see him do these things, but he loves him so much that I will die for you. That's what you become. Like
literally, you know, because that's such like a metaphor that people say.
He's a literal person.
Yeah,
so I love you that much that I literally will die.
Mm-hmm. And also, he like Infinity War when he was fading. The first thing he was like, he said his wife and his child. Like I feel like he's just like I just want to see them. Yeah, like, I don't even care about living right now.
Yeah. No, but I think also it maybe.
Didn't he say Quill's name?
He said.
Didn't he say Quill's name right before he faded?
I remember.
I thought he said Peter help or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he said something about.
I know before he. he said that before he attacked Thanos on Nowhere.
Okay. Gotcha. Mixing it up.
If I remember correctly.
But, yeah, I like it. I like it. And we got Chris in here. What's up, Chris? We was talking some Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special. But I mean, some of the bad stuff for me, I don't know. There's really not much.
Yeah.
You know, because I enjoyed a lot of it. You know, the pacing had to have been quick because it was just a special. So it had to be short. You know, so nice and quick and got right to the point. Yeah, I mean, I heard a lot of people complaining that they didn't want to see Mantis being related to Quill, but it makes sense. Like when I thought, yeah, cool. He's probably half related to
a bunch of people.
10% of the galaxy. You know, it's like his sibling. You know, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a football thing? It is not. I think I might have forgot to change. No, on
it
Twitch.
Is not.
On Twitch, I might have forgot to change the title. I'm sorry about that.
He said, "What football players having sex with all these people?"
Yeah. Although, if you do want to come back Sunday morning, we are going to talk about football. We are talking football. So if you're interested in football, come back Sunday morning. But yeah, that's why I'm logged into my personal Twitch. But yeah, sorry about that. But yeah. I mean, for the most part, I just thought this was really well done. I loved it from start to end. You know, the music was great. You know, even the retelling of Santa and Christmas from an alien's point of view was funny. You know, it was really good. This was very much a James Gunn thing. You know, and Kevin Bacon.
It was James Gunn through and through.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. But Kevin Bacon was definitely my favorite part of it. You know, and I saw an interview with him. Was it this morning? And somebody was like, "How does it feel to finally be in the MCU?" And he's like, "Cool, but I'm myself." You know, it's like I'm Kevin Bacon in Marvel. You know, like that's pretty awesome. You know, and I think my girlfriend said like, "Oh, that makes that 6 degrees of separation like much easier." It goes
much easier. Much easier. Kevin Bacon got it all now.
Yeah,
I now need to see Kevin Bacon in Secret Wars get killed by his X-Men counterpart.
Oh,
what is this weakling?
That would be
so
funny. And the Guardians guys just go nuts. Like, how could you do that?
You killed Kevin Bacon. And then they kill Kevin Bacon, but like you was just an actor. Oh man, that would be hilarious. That would be hilarious.
I knew Kevin Bacon was gonna show up in some way, shape, or form in the context of the Guardians movies. It had to happen. It was just a question of when and where. You know, part of me always thought it would be hilarious if he ended up playing like Adam Warlock or something like that, or the High Evolutionary. I thought that would have been hilarious. But the way they did it here was great.
Yeah.
One problem, one question.
What's that?
Why did Mantis need a boost over the gate if her and Drax could jump so high? Both of them. It wasn't like Drax was throwing her up. If they could jump so high, why did she just jump over the gate?
She said she didn't finish the talking. I think she was spitballing ideas, and he's like, "Jump!" You know, and he's like chucked it. And she's like, "That wasn't the plan yet. We were making the plan." And he's like, "You said over the gate, so I threw you over the gate." Yeah, that's what I felt like.
Throw me over the gate. I was like, but if you could jump, why would you even tell someone to throw you over the gate?
Maybe easier.
Because like she's like running with Drax to see Kevin Bacon there just jumping over gates. Like I'm like, all right, if you could do that the whole time, why didn't you just do that the first time?
Yeah. I that in my head too.
My mom had said something pretty funny about it when we were watching it this morning after Drax jumped over. My mom goes, "He couldn't have just jumped over the fence with her in his arms."
That's true.
Yeah. But Drax
she didn't say that. Yeah. So, Drax is literal. Yeah. She said, "Throw me over the gate." He's like, "Done."
that is true. He's very literal.
And I gotta say, I had a tear when she got Drax that little elf. I was like, she got a little elf.
I had a tear when Rocket got Bucky's arm.
Rocket got Bucky's arm.
I was dying. I said, that's where it went.
His face though, he was like, Bucky's arm? Like he was so happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's such a payoff. Like how many movies later? Like, yeah, you know, the end of phase 3 to the end of phase 4.
Yeah, he said he was going to get that arm. He said he was going to get that arm one way or another.
Nebula did it.
Yeah. Wait, so when Bucky got dusted, did the arm stay by because it's not him? You know, or like, I don't get it.
No,
is that how he got it?
He went completely up into dust. That's
I was
kind of asking myself the same thing.
Yeah, I want that. I need that story. How did he get that?
We need an animated short of Nebula just stealing his arm in his sleep.
It'll probably be real simple. She just like sneaks down, ninjas it, grabs it, and walks away.
Like a 30 seconds short. Hey, there you go. But yeah, I like it.
Oh,
But
you know what?
Wait.
I had it wrong because remember I was just thinking about the arm because remember he was in Wakanda armless after didn't he had a he didn't get a new arm after after the events of Falcon and Winter Soldier, did he?
He did have an arm.
He had an arm in the finale.
Yeah.
She literally just went down there during Christmas and stole his arm.
Never mind.
And gave it a rocket.
Yeah.
If they can get to Earth that fast.
My bad. Let's move on. My bad.
We're going to the Thunderbolts. You're going to see Bucky just like armless, like, oh, I don't even know what happened. What happened?
I saw a blue angel and all of a sudden my arm was gone.
Yeah, I just want to see like Bucky see Rocket and he's using it just as a back scratcher or something. Like
that's my arm. He's like,
that's like a $1 billion arm, and he goes, yeah, I scratch my ass with it. Yeah, like
I also love that everyone loves Steve Rogers because she was like Steve, and I was like, that is so adorable. But the fact that she didn't realize that's not the same person was also funny.
Yeah. Well, she only met him for what? Like,
one battle.
Yeah. She was. I was all the way at the end of that pile of people. I was over there.
But I know he's the leader, and I like it.
Yeah. He told me to assemble, so I did. Yeah. So, all right, let's go to our ratings. So here's Spoiler Kings. We do things a little bit easier with our ratings. We do now, later, never. Now means you got to drop what you're doing, go check it out right now. Later means wait till you get some time and then watch it while you're, traveling on the bus or something like that. Never means don't even waste your time with it. It is not worth it. That being said, I'll let Brandon go first. What are you giving it?
This is an easy now, especially with the time of year that we're in, with the holiday season right around the corner. Christmas specials are so popular and rampant at this point. This one did everything that it was supposed to do. I think it had all the right moves. It was heartfelt. It made me laugh. It had great music. It was in the context of the MCU. It was very standalone. It kind of advanced things in a very subtle way, not too over the top. But even if you're not an MCU or Marvel enthusiast like us, it's something that you can watch and enjoy. It was a feel good, and it was the runtime was just right, very quick, easy to sit through. I was very happy with it, and it was a great watch. I will watch it probably several more times before Christmas as well. I will give it this. This is a now, no question.
All right, Zach, what you got?
What you got, Zach?
I'll give it a later. I liked it a lot. I thought it was really good. I didn't think it was great. But the only reason I'm going to say not now is just watch it a little closer to Christmas. We still getting over that Thanksgiving stuffing. And, when you're in the holiday chair more, when you start putting that tree up, you got to go watch this. This is a really good time. It starts off a little clunky a little bit, but once Kevin Bacon shows up on the screen, cinema.
Yeah. What you got, Brian?
I'm going to give it 2 nows. I'm going to give a now for Palm Clementieff. I'm going to give her a now. By herself in Mantis costume or not Mantis, she's beautiful. She gets 10. It's 10. All right, and I like this. Also, I say the down for the. I love the Christmas cheer. I feel like the holiday season. I love the feeling it gave me, and I connected with a lot of the stories. Mm-hmm. Even the little cartoon flashback. I'm glad they didn't do like a flashback. They just did a cartoon drawing of it. Felt very, very comic booky for me, and I love that part too. So. Mm-hmm. I'm all in on it now.
Yeah. I'm giving this one a now as well. It just for me, is like from right beginning to end, it was great, you know, and it just kept getting better the more, you know, because you had the song in the beginning, the music, like Brandon said earlier, was great, you know, like Smashing Pumpkins in there with their little Christmas song. The whole thing was I thought well done. Easy story. You really don't need to know too much about the characters and still enjoy it. But if you do know about the characters and seeing the rest of the MCU, you'll get some of the inside jokes like Bucky's arm and stuff like that. So definitely now, if you're an MCU fan and if you just like Christmas specials, this could be in the lineup. I can see, you know, you watch Rudolph, Frosty, Guardians, you know. So
yeah.
I watched Santa Claus episode 3 and then Guardians.
There you go.
Omaha.
I need to get caught with that one, but yeah, man, that's where we're at. You know, I think we all liked it.
It's fun.
Yeah. No, not bad at all.
Yeah, it's on my watch list. But you guys got anything else for Guardians, the holiday special?
I need more Palm Clementia. Just give me
another
more
stuff.
Yep. I want her own
She was
movie.
in Suicide Squad, but she didn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Like, just give us more.
Yeah, she's pretty awesome. You know, and I think
she just had the cameo, right? In the bar.
Yeah. There was a few other James Gunn Suicide Squad people in here. So James Gunn's like using the same people, so I wouldn't be surprised if I see a lot of Guardians kind of people in his stuff coming up, you know, because he's running that studio now.
In the DC universe moving forward.
I could totally see Chris Pratt as Hal Jordan.
Man, yeah.
That'd be okay with that.
Also Guy Gardner, you know, throw a Letterman jacket on.
Guy Gardner,
be
I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
You
could do either or.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, but I'll be cool with that. But that being said, we'll ask you guys, the viewers, let us know what you think about Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special. Did you like it? Did you hate it? You know, was it funny? Was it too much? You know, I can see people saying it's too much. But leave a comment. Let us know what you thought. And also make sure you check out Zach Attacks down there. You want to do your shout out to your channel one more time?
Yeah, I'm going to do a review of this. Probably not going to be too long, but I'm going to break down the good and the bad a little deeper. And I'm going to have a bunch of other reviews, reactions on my channel. So check it out. Zach Attacks Reviews.
Cool. So check Zach Attacks out. And then also make sure you hit that sub button for Spoiler Kings. Hit that sub button and like this video so you let us know that you are digging our content. But that being said, let's move on to our last topic.
Oh, right, boy, the main event.
Yeah, before we go. I know, Brandon, you had text. Are you at home right now, or are you somewhere else, Brandon?
I am at home right now. Okay. I haven't been home in a couple of days, though. But
okay.
I know I'm lagging like crazy, which is driving me up the wall.
I know. Yeah. Yeah. We gotta get you that cable, man.
That's exactly. I was like, I should stop by his house and just give him the cable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give it a nice long, like 25 foot.
Flickering in and out of the internet's been like flickering out in and out of the building. I was thinking about just powering through because I wanted to be around for the Marvel part. But
I'm surprised you didn't grab your phone. We can just send you the link
right now.
Grab your phone. And they'll send you the link. You just
I was thinking about it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
if you
know what? Forget it. I'll just do. I'll do it that way then.
Okay.
All right. I'll send it to you.
I'm
Messenger right now.
Yeah, because I don't want to miss the Marvel part.
Yeah, it's a good one.
And done.
Okay, let's try this way. Getting an annoying lag.
It's gonna work so good. We're like, no, go back in your phone. That's it. From now on.
You know, though, I heard that a lot of people like that live downtown have a lot of internet issues
because you're sharing with everybody. So even if you had Comcast, it doesn't matter because you're sharing. Anyone can use your stuff because you have Comcast.
Yeah. Well, then, especially Comcast, it slows down with the more people that use it. So you're in like not only in a building, but you're downtown. So everyone's using it. Bring him up here.
There we go.
Say something. Say
Bueller.
something. Yeah, Bueller.
I feel like this is in real time.
Hang on.
Because if you can hear us, that's man, that was so much better.
Yeah, it was.
I would say if his headphone is auxiliary jack, plug that bad boy to the phone,
and then he would be perfect.
Yeah.
And the phone was actually clearer.
Yeah, way clearer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Dude, you're perfect. This is like the best we've had in months.
Yeah.
That is perfect, dude.
Yeah.
I'm going to be able to get all his information. This is great because you guys don't know how much information he has.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to do it on your phone from now on, I'll send you a nice earbud headset. If you got like a wireless earbud headset or something like that, that'll be like the peak. Then you're done. Like that's it.
Probably gonna end up getting a new computer and a cable so I can connect it like we've been talking about for a couple weeks.
Dude, no. I have an 8:00 meeting in Bronzeville and then I have to go to Ravenswood.
Mm-hmm.
I could probably drop it off somewhere towards you for real. Like I have like a 50-footer.
Which would be nice.
Yeah. I'll call you. Just expect me to call around 10:45.
All right.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
That's pretty exact.
Is Chicago's Brownsville as bad as Brooklyn's Brownsville?
No.
Okay.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how bad Brooklyn Brownsville is.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
In ours, you have places where you could get shot and stabbed, but you also got like a doctor living next door too. So like, there's like $1 million homes, and then they're like run down like terrible apartments in the same block. Like it's crazy.
Okay, so yours is better because you got doctors.
Yeah, so like you get stabbed, and you got someone who could come in and fix you real quick.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
got none of that.
Also, like that's where our Comic-Con is always held at, is in Bronzeville. We have our like convention center is right there.
Yeah,
McCormick. So, but that's around the edge of Bronzeville, right?
Yeah, that's almost downtown, almost.
Yeah, that's kind of like you pass the bridge and boom, like now you're in Bronzeville.
What up, Derpy?
Yeah. Derpy. Oh, Derpy's gonna like this segment. We're gonna break down the Phase 4 stuff. Yeah,
you missed most of the show.
Andor. Well, I know Derpy said he liked Andor, so
yeah.
So
I think we all liked it. It just wasn't, the best.
Had issues. We're gonna get into our main event 2 hours later, but it's gonna happen.
Ding. Let's do this.
Give me 1 minute. I gotta use the washroom real quick.
No,
and then we'll get going. Too bad.
Said no. So it's funny because there's this movie I'm about to review called Tar. And
Kate Blanchett, right?
Yeah, the film community been talking about it so much, hyping it up, talking about Oscars and all that. And I watched it yesterday, and I was bored out of my goddamn mind.
Really?
Yeah, it's 2 hours and 38 minutes, and it probably could have been an hour and 40.
Yeah, that pisses me off. When good things could be good, and you just F it up.
The thing that makes me pissed is that Kate Blanchett does give an Oscar-worthy performance. It's just that it's just so it's like so many plot points in it that are like, oh, that's interesting, but it's like so fragmented.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, so this music, it starts with a 5-minute credits. I've never seen a movie do that before. I was like, why am I watching this black screen for 5 minutes in the beginning of the movie?
So that's Star Wars. That's the most Star Wars thing we've had this year.
At least you're giving me information about the movie. They're showing me who made the movie. 5 minutes.
Well, 5 minutes of credits.
Yeah, with some randomly going, oh, I was like, what's happening? I thought I was on the wrong stream.
Basically pretentious just for the sake of being pretentious.
Oh, yeah, the movie was like, if you go to the dictionary and see pretentious, the things are like synonym tar. Like, that's
Hey, Brandon, can you put your headsets on too? Because we can hear you better when you have a microphone.
Oh, he's back.
Say
How
something.
about that?
Yeah, we hear you better when you close.
Yeah, but the headset's plugged into
Your phone, right?
No, it's plugged into your computer.
It's plugged into my laptop, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
plug into your phone. You can't plug into your phone?
Or USB. Oh, and do that.
Yeah, and then put it sideways too.
Put your phone like sideways. An old phone.
This is an Android.
There you go.
There we go.
There you go.
Now you get the full.
Brandon's prime time now. Let's go.
We in trouble now.
Yeah, now you don't even know you're using a cell phone.
Oh shit!
It looks good.
All the
Yeah.
ladies about to come in here.
Oh, you see those biceps? Oh.
You
Got
can't
the
catch
t-shirt
it.
on.
He was like,
That's why I
what
like-
these?
You see that light over there?
Lady, I'm not even flexing.
And the window over there?
So-
Light reflects off the window there.
That was when we met the Coat Lords at C2E2. That was like the first thing they said when Brandon. They're like, "Why is this not on the show?"
This should be
They're
the
like-
thumbnail.
Ready just it's just
Ladies like
Every- Oh man. Well, yeah, but shit, man, you can probably do it on your phone all the time. Just get a wireless headset, not a headset, but even like the earbuds or something like that, or just a regular. Well, if you have a newer Android, everyone stopped using audio jacks, so which is super annoying.
Yeah, I'm due for my upgrades too, so gotta get on that as well.
Yeah, I got the new Samsung earbuds. They're
Me
fucking awesome. They're so good. I love them.
we don't believe
Yeah.
in iPhones here. So you
No.
catch you on.
No. Well,
Android
real
too.
quick before we go on, I don't. If the rumor of Disney selling to Apple happens, I don't know if I can. I don't know how. I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't think it's going to happen. Doesn't make any sense. It sounds kind of silly. But if Apple buys Disney,
The amount of money Apple would have to spend to buy Disney, all of Disney, would be insane.
yeah,
They can't.
They'll probably buy Nintendo before they buy Disney,
it makes no sense.
and Nintendo's not gonna sell. So it's not gonna happen.
They said Apple doesn't have enough money to buy beer at Epcot.
No, Apple's got money.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, they
For
definitely got
to
money.
buy Disney.
Yes,
No.
Disney's set at 160 billion. Like that's how much it's worth. Apple's worth 200 or 2-something trillion. Trillion.
So it says right
Like-
now, Walt Disney Company market capitalization is 175.4 billion.
billion.
Apple has cash reserve around 200 billion, but that
Yeah,
doesn't
You
include
could
any
be
of
worth a
Disney,
trillion, but that don't mean you have the money to spend.
and that doesn't include any of Disney's other entities that it owns. So it owns ESPN. It owns so many other entities that
Everything.
wouldn't include that. So to buy Disney, they would have to come up with about another $200 million, and they don't have that much money.
Wait, so just Disney without Marvel, ESPN, ABC,
Without anything else,
Oh,
Just Disney Studios.
just the
that's
Disney
trash.
company- Yeah,
What am I buying just Disney Studios for? What they do?
that's just the market capitalization. That's just the market.
Yeah, this is the market.
That's just what is worth at the market. The market's
Wait, am I-
175.
Am I
billion.
lagging? I saw
No.
your message. Oh, okay.
You were a little bit, but
A little bit. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I don't know how Disney breaks it all down because there's Disney company and then there's the bazillion different breakdowns of everything they own. but-
subcategories and all that.
Yeah. But I don't want to have an iPhone to go to Disney. Like, don't do that.
Yeah,
To me.
because like I like Apple TV Plus, but the fact that I can't put it on my Android pisses me off.
Yeah.
They have a lot of
Yeah.
great content on there, but I don't
They
sit
do.
and watch shows on my TV. I watch it on the go, so it's like it sucks.
But I mean, that would be the only reason why they would want to buy Disney is just for their studio. Like, but
I'm just all about
There's-
Apple TV.
yeah, but I mean, they also have a shit ton of money because I think I was watching John Campy and they were saying like, yeah, like they can make any movie they want and then get Martin Scorsese and like, yeah, we're gonna make a movie, we're gonna get him, we're gonna spend $1 billion on it, and what are you gonna do about it? And we're gonna put it on Apple Plus, you know. But
I would say they do quality over quantity. They're not just dropping a whole bunch of shit on that
But their
service.
stuff is good.
Yeah, man.
Good.
I heard this.
They
That
won an Academy Award.
Was it the one with Will Ferrell and Ryan Reynolds? I heard it's unbelievable.
Spirited,
which I still need to watch, by the way.
Me same.
I've
But that's the thing with
stuff.
Apple.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know how to do it.
You don't really watch it until like a month later. Like I didn't hear about Severance until like
way later.
You know, where but that's just
one of
kind
my
of how
top
Apple
10
TV
shows of the year.
It is same. It's that and
one of the best finales of a show I've ever seen in my life.
That's what he said. Yeah.
Because
it's
shows
worth watching.
usually drop the ball on finales, even ones that I love, and they did not drop the ball at all.
It made you super hyped for season 2. Like you're like, I want more now, right now, you know. And it was really good. And then I love Adam Scott. Like he's great. How he can go from being a D-bag in Step Brothers to being like this lovable character in Parks and Rec to being like this depressed guy in Severance. And even in Severance he was 2 different people. It was awesome.
Yeah. And now he's gonna be in Madam Web, I think.
Madam Web, yeah.
So
we'll see.
We're gonna see how that turns out.
Yeah. I like all the actors, but I don't know about anything else.
How's it gonna go together?
Isn't that raffle giveaway not today? So we're gonna do the raffle giveaway. I think we said on Monday, right? Is that we're gonna do it
on Monday? We will do
Monday. We'll
do the show, and then I'll snap it away and give it to somebody.
As long as my marble's not rigged, I got this.
I saw my mom yesterday, and she goes, "Oh, that's some bullshit. I was the last marble in the race." She got so mad. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm like, that's how you know it's not rigged. She goes, that's bullshit.
Yeah, I didn't favor you.
I was like, I did laugh. But yeah, we're gonna do that Monday because I need some time to set that up because I gotta enter all those names in. So
I'm guessing this is the link for the show for the video. That's what I'm guessing.
Oh, probably.
So if you haven't done it yet, you haven't seen it yet, go to the link, guys.
Is it? I think it is. Yeah. Check that out. Doing the giveaway. So you still got the weekend to enter in and win.
Yep. Because we're gonna do it, giving away on Monday. I am putting it in the mail on Tuesday. It will be at your house by Thursday or Friday.
Yeah. Get to play with it. That's the link. Yep. Get that in. So, but yeah, we're not doing it today. We're gonna do it. Oh,
Horror Geek 2 for 2. He knows what he's talking about.
Severance is also is my top new shows of the year. Wow.
Yeah. If you haven't watched it, you are missing out. It is 100% worth a watch.
Another thing we're getting spoiled with, just television in general, not just geek television, just
good
everything.
In every genre, action, suspense, horror, whatever you name it, comedy. It's just fantastic stuff all around.
Even I really liked Our Flag Means Death. I thought that was super great.
I heard that's
super
really
funny. You know, I think that's peak Taika. Like Taika doing something else that isn't his original idea could easily go sideways, like we saw. But something that's his idea, like, you know, and he kind of goes crazy with it, like it works, you know, because he has full control.
You don't have any emotional attachment on the character. You just taking what he's giving you.
Yeah.
You want to, you know, I'm gonna say something that people probably not gonna like. I didn't think Love and Thunder was terrible. I thought it was just a little bit too much Taika. Just a little bit too much Taika. Like it could have been saved still. Like it wasn't terrible. It was just it had some plot points that just didn't make sense and could have easily been saved.
Yeah, I didn't think it was a bad movie. It just unfortunately every time something and Taika, I've always thought, you know, he's always been good with kind of balancing, you know, like more serious elements with this comedy, like case in point, Ragnarok, and even after that, Jojo Rabbit, which was a great movie. So that actually Jojo Rabbit even instilled a lot more faith in him as far as I'm concerned for Love and Thunder. But I'm not sure what happened, man, because it was like every time something serious happened or every time they were kind of dealing with something like a serious theme, it was just undercut with a screaming goat or like an attempt at humor. That,
Like that.
you know,
I hate whoever did that. You fired.
you know,
Dude, you got that. I know I said before, that's my favorite meme. That's my favorite meme. I know I showed one of my favorite videos is Brandon showing Brandon the Taylor Swift song and the Usher song with the screaming goats in it because he started cracking up. It's the best.
Yeah,
it's the best.
Like at first I thought it was hilarious. You know, I got a kick out of it, but after several more watches, I'm like, you know, like,
hey, why are you being the dead horse?
Am I watching a Thor movie or am I watching an SNL sketch? You know.
Exactly.
I like Thor: Love and Thunder, but I was very disappointed by it because this was like an actual comic run that I was invested in, and just belly flopped all the characters.
Yeah, you know, Christian Bale was basically with even his limited screen time, he was given 150% in
But
each
he
scene.
didn't kill nobody. How you gonna name Gore the God Butcher and not butcher not one god? Come on,
Yeah,
on screen.
Well, you know, that's on Waititi. He was more interested in the screaming goats. You know,
and Russell Crowe talking weird and
for what reason?
Chris Hemsworth being naked and I don't know what the hell's going on in that movie. And Axes having love triangles. And
every time I see him, I was so upset. That's Maximus. You're Maximus. You're one of the coldest characters ever.
He was
I didn't mind that.
Superman's father. What's the name of
Jor-El?
Jor-El. He was a cool ass Jor-El. Like
dude, you have these things. You're amazing. Why you sound like an idiot?
He wanted to have fun, I guess. I think that's what everybody was like. We're gonna have fun.
You know, but you know, more power to Waititi. He made his SNL sketch / Guns N' Roses music video. So, you know.
There's a 4-hour cut that has more serious parts to it, and I'm just
like,
he's like, let me cut this. That's not gonna be good. That's not me.
Yeah, he's not coming back. You know, especially after the shit Chris Hemsworth.
Chris Hemsworth said, "Yeah, no, I'm done."
That man under the bus.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I can't blame him. You know, they made Thor a goober. You know, Waititi made Thor a goober.
But he did that in Ragnarok. But
because you know, the movie was Ragnarok had a little more of a sense of balance, and it treated Thor like you know, at least Thor was a little more serious at times. Thor himself, you know, this time he was a buffoon. He was a goober in this one.
Yeah, there wasn't enough of him being serious because the few times he was serious was undercut by the next scene of him doing something stupid. You know, it was like it needs to be like maybe a gradual to the stupidness, but not just like, all right, serious, you're crying because you're sad, and now you're making every kid Thor. Like, it's just
I don't know if it's a hot take or a cold take, but I think the Russo brothers have directed Thor the best. The best Thor we've gotten is in Infinity War and Endgame.
Oh, easily.
Hands down.
Easily.
Yeah. I don't think many people are gonna disagree with that one. Yeah. But you guys ready for Phase 4?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's get this going. All right, hit this. All right, welcome to Spoiler Kings. We are going to talk about our main topic of the evening, and we are going to rank all of Phase 4. But before we do that, we got a special guest down here. We got Zach Attacks Reviews. Go ahead and give a shout out to your channel.
Thank you. Yeah, Zach Attack Reviews. I do movie reviews on big movies like Wakanda Forever and small movies like Tar. I break down the good and the bad and everything in between, give you a verdict and let you know if you should go to the theater, wait on streaming, and give it a grade. I don't do numbers because that's arbitrary. Yeah, check out my channel if you like that kind of stuff. Trailer reactions, ranking lists, the whole thing. Thank you, Martin, for that drop. And yeah, subscribe to Spoiler Kings and the Cult Lords because they're all great.
Yeah. There you go, and the Cult Lords. It was shout out to Cult Lords, but yeah. So make sure you check out Zach Attacks. Make sure you just check out Cult Lords. We did a couple of cool videos. Our YouTube short is pretty funny, I thought. And then also check out Spoiler Kings. Hit that sub button, and we're onward to 1,000, man. That's my next goal in my head. 1,000. That's where we're going. Yeah. So come in, join the family. But let's talk about some Marvel Phase 4. So we're going to let me bring this up. So we're going to rank all of Phase 4. And we're going to start by their release dates. Okay. So I got the list of everything Phase 4 here.
The Black Widow at D.
Is there anything missing?
Just skip it.
Let's
This list has I Am Groot. We can skip it. We can throw it in. I don't consider it like a big game changer with it when it comes to it. But it has everything from the first one, which was WandaVision, to the last one, which was Wakanda Forever and Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special.
Okay.
So we're gonna start. We're gonna go in not chronological. Yeah. So the time that each movie was released, or show. So we got everything S tier. If we have any S tiers, we might not have, and then A, B, C, and D. And then if I need to add an F, I'll add an F. But we'll see about that. We'll see about that. But we'll start off with WandaVision. So I'm gonna put it up here for now because that's the one we're talking about. Where are we placing WandaVision? What do you guys think? So that came out in January 2021 on Disney Plus. So I don't know. So we put in that. So it was on Disney Plus. So it wasn't a movie; it was a show. What are you guys thinking?
Zach, you go first. I want to hear what you got.
Easily S tier. If you watch my ranking video I did on my channel, that was my number one show, and it was like way above the number two, which I even love that. But I just think that what the risk that they took there, the acting, the story that they told, the creativity with the episode length, and messing around with different TV eras and everything. I think the only negative I have is that the last episode felt like a regular MCU thing while the rest of the show didn't, but it wasn't bad. Oh yeah, and the Ralph Boner thing was absolute dog shit. But but those negatives nowhere come close to how great the show was and the positives and how rewatchable. And I just remember every week everybody going to that water cooler moment, like, yo, what just happened in that show? What's the theories? Where's Mephisto? What's going on? Quicksilver. And it was just a great feeling. It was like that when I was young and I was reading comic books and everybody saw this crazy panel and everybody's like, oh my God. And then we're like waiting for the next comic to come next week. It really gave me that feeling. So yeah, S tier for me.
Okay.
What about you? Yeah.
Oh. Whose turn is it? Mine?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, definitely S tier. It's so easy to get absorbed in the concept that, every comic book or superhero movie needs to be like straight action from beginning to end, fight scenes, explosions, all that stuff. And I like that this dared to be different, very psychological in terms of the character of Wanda. It left me asking questions like what's going on, what's going to happen next, especially those two episodes. It really, really hooked me and grabbed my attention. Remember when they dropped the first two episodes at the same time that week, Friday? So I'm like, man, this is why I have no idea what's going on, but I'm curious to figure out what's going on. You guys have my attention, how it kind of goes into the past, kind of some of the fallout from Endgame, specifically in the case of Wanda and Vision, more, obviously more in the case of Wanda, how this came about, how this illusion she projected came about. It was very interesting in that regard. Just like Zach said, I do kind of feel like it went like a little generic superhero in the climatic battle. That didn't really need to happen for me. I would have, if they kind of eased off that, I would have been totally fine. But overall, it was great. I loved how I try not to use this word. I loved how mind bending it was. It was great, So yeah, definitely S tier, no question.
Okay. What about you, Brian? What are you thinking?
I loved it, but I wouldn't put it in S tier. I put it in an A. Honestly, I loved it because, and the reason I say A is because I feel like there's at least 3 shows or movies that I liked more than it.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, we have 12 to 15 things. I will probably put it in the second tier, but at the top of that second tier. But it's just I don't see it as my top tier. Because even as far as Disney Plus shows, I liked Loki more.
Mm-hmm.
I did. I enjoyed Loki more. I enjoyed Spider-Man more. So like there's things that I did like. So yeah, I have it as an A.
Yeah. So this is gonna suck. So we definitely need some viewers in here because we need a tiebreaker because I'm probably right there with Brian. Like S tier, it. There's parts of it that breaks into that S tier moment.
Oh yeah,
but
definitely.
overall, I want to give it an A, just because the first couple episodes were great, and they were really good setups.
Mhm.
But I heard from a lot of people they were like over it. You know, I watched the first 2 episodes. I'm done. I don't care about it. You know, and I'm very disappointed because like I was like, if you would have stuck around one more episode, you would have seen all the payoff, and it was amazing. But you know, like Brian said, there's a few other things I liked more than this show. It's definitely in my top 3
to 4. It's right there, 3 to 4. Yeah,
you know, of everything. So I'm gonna probably give it an A.
Remember, multiple things can be an S tier. It's not like it's the only S tier.
No. But now
I still want to put it to S tier immediately. Like I wouldn't mind putting the A and then re-looking at it and say, well, okay, we can put a movie to S, but I don't want to put it as S right now. I'll say put it A with the chance of moving it up, depending on how we go with the other ones.
Yeah. Well, towards the end, well, right at the end, we'll look at everything and see if anything needs to get moved. But right now we're 50-50. You know, we're at 2 and 2. So I don't know where to put it. Middle? I wish I could. I know. But you know, like Brian said, we'll leave it at A, and if we got to move it, but we're both kind of, you know, split 2 and 2.
I think we're gonna get, if we get 3 in S tier, then it can stay at A. If we only get 2 in S tier, that's definitely going up to S.
That's gonna be interesting.
And you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like that's how it should be, because there's not going to be another one that's going to go above it. Like not 4.
Okay.
You're not going to put the Eternals anywhere.
Well, we'll see what Zach says about that.
I know we like it, but
we got a little while before we get to that. All right, so we'll leave that here, and then, like I said, at the end, once we get through everything, we'll look through it everything again and see if anything needs to move. But going forward, the next release project was Falcon and Winter Soldier, which came out in March of 2021. So right after WandaVision, we got Falcon and Winter Soldier. So
okay, yeah, you're right. Because I was thinking, like, when did No Way Home come? That's December. So yeah, okay,
yeah. Yeah. So we got a while before we get to that movie. So Falcon and Winter Soldier, also Disney Plus show. So we'll go in the same order. We'll go Zach and then Brandon. So what you got, Zach? What are you thinking?
So when the show was coming out week to week, I was like, but I do think it has the best finale of all the stuff that came out in Phase 4. But I was just overall like, but then I rewatched it as a binge, and this is a way better binge than a weekly show. Just kind of like how I think when we talk about Andor, I think like they just dropped all the episodes. I was like, oh, this is a movie. It should have been a movie. It should have been a 2-hour and 20-minute movie. So for that, I'm gonna give it a B, because of the racial things they talked about. As a black man, when you execute that stuff well, you're going to get a positive, even though things are negative. I love Sam. I love Bucky. I love Zemo. I like what they did with the villains. I just know COVID messed the show up. This could have been an S tier show if COVID didn't hold it back. There was supposed to be a pandemic storyline in it. They took it out because it was too soon. So you can kind of tell there was a lot of moments where they had to reshoot, and it was just not as impactful. But because of what they did with Patriot and all those characters, and that finale with the student, it was like felt like winner. Like, I love that movie. That last just really set it apart. So I'm gonna give it a B.
Okay. So that would be. What are you, Brandon?
I'd say I'd probably give it an A. I really liked it, and I've gone back and rewatched it several times as a whole. I binged it as a whole, just like Zach said, and it hit very, very different for me. You know, in terms of the way that it was paced, the narrative kind of kept me engaged. I loved the dynamic between Sam and Bucky. It really, really made me warm up to the character of Bucky. I don't think too many people know this about me, but a lot of people who follow me on social media do. In the context of the comics, and this even bled over into the case of the movies, I used to loathe the character of Bucky. Wow. I used to hate him with a flaming passion. I used to want him dead. In Infinity War, when he went up into dust, like I had to cover my mouth because I was gleefully laughing that much.
Jeez. Wow, man.
Yeah.
All those ladies that kicked on for your muscles are clicking off now.
It is what it is. But this is the show that really made me warm up to him as a character. And and that was good for me because I've always liked Sebastian Stan. You know, I was hoping when he was cast as Bucky initially, I'm like, you know, maybe things will be different. I've always liked Sebastian Stan, and just in the context of the movies, especially in Civil War, I freaking hated his guts. Anyway, I digress. But I think it set the stage for some interesting stuff moving forward, like the character of John Walker, U.S. agent. I loved his story arc in this. I thought he was a great character. I think there's a lot of anti-hero potential for him moving forward. I'm really, really looking forward to seeing him in Thunderbolts. If I had my way, he would have his own miniseries.
Fangirls are coming after you, man. It's not even Bucky fangirls. This is Sebastian Stan fangirls.
Yeah, if I had my way, you know, U.S. Agent would have his own like Disney Plus series or maybe even a movie. I'm really looking forward to seeing him in Thunderbolts. I thought he was a very well executed character. I think my downsides of this show, I think they could have done a little bit more with the Flag Smashers. You know, in terms of, you know, what they were doing, why they were doing what they were doing, just a little more exploration. And did they really expect us to feel sorry for the character of Carly Morgenthau? Were we supposed to find her a sympathetic villain? Because I didn't, you know.
Oh, you remember her name?
Yeah. Right? You know, well, you know, me, I was calling her Evil Maya Rudolph, but that was just me.
That's exactly what you said every week.
Every week.
That's exactly what you said every week.
Yeah.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Oh no, I'm having nightmares. Yeah. Okay.
That was what I was referring to her. I was referring to her as Evil Maya Rudolph. But like you said, the finale was great. That was like a movie in itself, you know. That was a whole third act. But yeah. I really liked it overall. But yeah, I'd give it a solid A.
Okay. We got A. What are you, Brian?
You
so
know,
right now we're kind of in between.
Me being a black man, this movie spoke to me more than any show that I watched in Phase 4, period. Isaiah Bradley was so epic. That storyline, having the Tuskegee experiments and all those things, these are things that I grew up knowing, that my family, my father made sure I knew about. And the fact that it was on a Disney Plus show about superhero blew my mind.
Yeah.
I mean, but I have to separate myself, because if it's me, this is like the most epic thing I saw in Phase 4, you know. But as a superhero, like, I'm rating it against other superhero movies and shows, I'm like an S, and then the way I rate it would be like a B. So I'm gonna give it an A, you know, just because of who I am, and there's no other way for me to look at it except for that. And the idea that Falcon had to have the idea that, you know, I'm Black Falcon, and now how can I be this and not be
Great
Captain
line.
America? You know, how can I be Captain America when most of America hates me?
Yeah.
Not because of anything I did, but just because I'm not white, I'm black.
Yeah, and it sets the stage for something that they could really run with in Captain America: New World Order. So I'm kind of curious to see, because I'm sure they're gonna explore and run with that more in that movie.
I just hope it's more direct.
It should be very direct,
because he didn't really say it. We just know.
We just know exactly. But and, Isaiah Bradley, see what they did to him. We need a payoff for him and his grandson, because he's going. That's going to be
he has to suit up.
Yeah, he's going to be a New World Order too. So
yeah.
But these are the reasons. Like, if you talk to someone who read comics, loves superhero movies, and is a black man, and there are points in the show I literally had tears in my eyes while watching. And I know no one else would understand that. You just can't, because you haven't walked the same path I've walked. So there's times that you just wouldn't understand.
Mhm.
So that's why, like, I have it in such high regards, and a lot of people say they hated the show because you can't understand why it did what it did. You don't understand where it's coming from. You know,
Yeah,
and
that really didn't sit well with me with people, you know, having getting all up in arms with something like that. You know, it's something very real in our society. It's something very real that happened.
that you see every day. And you saw every day in 2001. You saw it every day. Yet you still didn't understand.
You know, why be that fragile when something that really happened in history is tied into something like this? I don't.
I literally heard someone say they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't just experiment on people like that. I literally looked, I was like, my mind, like I felt like my brain was going out my ears, like it was so stupid. And like it literally happened. What are you talking about? They wouldn't do that.
That's why things like this and the DC show, The Watchmen, one of the best comic books
I was just gonna bring that up.
Are important because this is why comic book stuff is important, because Marvel is putting out storylines and doing stuff that other stuff is just not touching. Like the Tuxie experiments, DC's doing that, and the watch about trauma and how to handle it in different ways, just in general. Like you don't get that in mainstream without being caricatures. And that's why like people piss me off when they talk bad about like stuff like that in the MCU. It's like, you got to give me something other than bang, bang, shoot, shoot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not saying like Andor where there's no bang, bang, shoot, shoot, but you got to balance.
They go powder. Let's put this in. Let's light the fuse, and let's wait.
And then the fuse blow out, and they got to do it again.
Yeah, like blow on it, hurry.
All right.
Then you get episode 6, and then
Empire's coming.
Yeah. But I get it, especially like something like this is like, you know, like that Sam has to deal with all this stuff. I feel like a lot of people learn about the Tulsa Massacre through Watchmen. Exactly, man. Like a lot of people didn't really know about. Like, I didn't know the full effect of it. You know, like I always heard about it from my history class, you know, who taught us stuff like that. And you know, but that was also in high school, and obviously a high school teacher is not going to get to the details that the show made like visualize for you. But you know, we'll go back to what I said. It's like Sam dealing with all this stuff as being a black man and that, but also it's like you're working with a guy who was mind controlled by the Nazis. So now you only got that. Now the guy you're seeing around is this guy. So there's so many levels of hatred, you know, on this thing. You know, it's
a lot of parallels
stuff like that. Yeah,
you don't want to discount Bucky's storylines as well. Sam's was great, but Bucky's therapy was also important.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah. But you know, I thought that was great. But yeah, the like you said, the Tuskegee experiments, you know, they brought that up. I was like, wow, like that they went there with it. You know,
someone actually said it. Oh,
yeah. You know, and
I wish it was a flashback. That would have been just took it over the top to me. And
we might get that. We might get that in the next one. I think in the movie.
That's my most anticipated movie.
Mine too.
So
yeah.
So where do you put it then, Tank?
I'm gonna put it A. I'm gonna put it A. I thought it was great. I loved the action in it. You know, like Horror Geek said, I believe. You know, the action was great. You know, the training montage at the end. It was like, that's how you do it. You don't spend 5 episodes of him learning how to throw the shield. You make it in 5-minute montage. Boom, we get it. Like we understand. Like he's too. Yeah. You know, make it intense. You know, we get. He spent the whole summer learning how to throw the shield and all that shit. So, we don't need to be shown every time he threw it, you know. So but yeah, you know, the suit was great, everything, but the only thing that would keep it out of the S tier for me would be the issues of COVID. Like Zach said, like there was a whole storyline that got removed because of what was happening at that moment, and they're just like, you know, like let's see if we can work around it, you know. And it was kind of like, it felt like literally a part of the show was just pulled out and they just kind of worked around it, you know, because that's exactly what happened. So, but besides that, like the meaning behind a lot of it was great. I love Sam. I love Don Cheadle's the few moments he was in it. Yeah. You know, like, you know, so.
And I also I also
Underrated
like
character
where
in MCU.
I like where they went with Zemo, and kind of
Zemo
set the
was
stage for
awesome.
him. Say what?
Yeah.
Zemo was awesome.
He was great,
It was awesome.
and he gave us a great meme with him dancing. And like Sharon Carter, what's going to
Yes.
happen with her moving forward?
They
So
had
I'm
some
curious.
of the best characters and character
Power
development
Absolutely.
in there. I mean, this really. I know people keep it underrated, but it was a banger. This was a banger of an episode of a show.
Yeah.
But people didn't like it.
Like I said, it was really like upsetting when people would say like it sucked, or they said it was mid. I was like what show did you watch? Like I don't get that when people are like it was mid. I was like, where was it mid? It had some issues, but it didn't make it a mid show. So hey, we got my buddy Omar in here. Yo, what's
Omar.
up, man?
Hey, Omar.
Hey, Omar.
Yo.
Right now we're ranking all phase 4. So we're only on the second one in already.
We're about to go quickly, though.
Yeah, we gotta skip. Well, the phase 4 starts off very strong, and then
we get
stuff happens. Stuff happens. So on to the next show. So I think that was a 3 out of 4 went A, and then the 1B, but I think A is where it's gonna be at. And then what else we got? We got Loki. So Loki started in June of 2021. Again, right after Falcon and Winter Soldier, Loki came in. So continues Loki's story from his version of Endgame that escaped. So where are we putting this one at? So we'll keep the cycle going with Zach.
quickly.
Yeah,
2 minutes, guys.
Okay, this is hard.
Couple good things, couple bad things.
I'm gonna give it. I'll give it an A. I think that I like Loki's character arc here. It was interrupted with a weird romance with himself. I like the introduction of the TVA, even though it was kind of ended up being pointless. I like Sylvie a lot. She's one of my favorite new characters. I didn't like how they made Loki weak. I think in Avengers 1, Captain America couldn't even punch him, but then these random human dudes were throwing him through windows. I just felt that was weird to me, because I get he couldn't use his magic, but he still has his strength. So I understand they wanted to humanize him, but that doesn't mean you have to make him less powerful. And I thought I think it had a weak finale for me. I didn't like the whole
What?
Really? Yeah, I didn't like the tell not show. It was just He Who Remains just talking about it, and I just felt like all this build up, and it was just like, yeah, so it's me, and I planned this all along, and yeah, I just wanted you two to be here, and I'm gonna tell you just in the big dumps of dialogue what's going on, and I for a multiverse show where we could have like jumped through multiverses, he could show us or something. Like they just like went away from that whole aspect. But all the different Lokis were cool. Alligator Loki, President Loki getting a shout out, which is a great comic book run. The classic Loki was so cool. Like they made that costume look cool. Is it Owen Wilson who was Morbius?
Yeah.
He was fantastic. Yeah, it was a really good show. I just was let down by the fact that some of the stuff that I thought was cool just got interrupted for other stuff that I think was as cool.
Okay. Yeah. What about you, Brandon? Where are you gonna put this one in?
I'm inclined to put this at an S, man. I really liked how it went all in terms of fantasy, and it even blended sci-fi elements in there with the TVA. I thought the TVA was great. I thought Tom Hiddleston actually had a lot more. It didn't feel like he was as tethered in the context of the Thor movies, and he really got a chance to spread his wings and kind of flex more of his acting skills, which I thought was great. Love the dynamic between not only him and Sylvie, but between him and Agent Mobius Owen Wilson. I thought that was a great medium. I'm looking forward to seeing more than him. They're saying he's going to be in Deadpool 3. I am all for it. The exposition dump, just like Zach said, felt like a little much. Although it was cool to see an iteration of Jonathan Majors' Kang, I was kind of half and half when it came to that. So I definitely agree to an extent in that regard. I love the different variations of Loki. It was a really nice kind of introductory taste of what's to come for the multiverse saga moving forward. Overall, I really liked it. It might even be kind of close to one of my top ones overall. Definitely in terms of the context of the Disney Plus series.
Mm-hmm.
So, we'll see moving forward. But I'll give it an S.
Yeah. Then Omar came in and said Loki S tier. He agrees with Brandman.
Thank you.
So, all right. So he goes, it gave him me alligator Loki. Yeah. He also gave you a frog Thor for a quick
2 seconds.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, for like 2 seconds, but worth it. All right, Brian. Where you giving tiebreaker?
I wish it could be an S plus. If I could give it an S plus, it literally is my favorite of all the shows. I feel like the 6 episodes, it should have been more. I wanted even more, but not because it didn't give me enough, because I just wanted another episode. I thought the episode with Kang was phenomenal. I thought Jonathan Majors was phenomenal.
Oh, wasn't he great?
Because the introduction of him, and then you couldn't show these things. I understand, but I didn't feel like I missed out on anything because of COVID. But I already know where they're going to go with Kang, because Kang is one of the most awesome characters to ever be created, period. So I was just enthralled in that, and the way Jonathan Majors just did it, the way he was like just sitting there in that eating apple in the elevator, just doing this stuff, it was amazing. And he was able to carry it. He was able to carry that show without being the main character of the show. That just told me this is the one entity in this whole phase that really set up where we're going to go for phase 5. And that's why I'm like, this is by far the best one for me. I loved it. I might watch it again this weekend.
I've watched it a couple times already. I've watched it.
Yeah, I've watched it several times.
Yeah, to see things I missed, but yeah, for me S tier, man. Like I was really surprised when Zach, you said like you didn't like that last episode. I love that last episode because I like info dumps, but especially the way he did it was just like
so good.
So yeah, it was just so good because it was just like I guess I kind of saw it coming, like it's gonna be a big thing. But then the way he did it and the way he was just so nonchalant about everything, he goes, yeah, I created everything and made sure everything stayed the way I wanted it for all, for all of everything of. It's and he's just like, but whatever, you can kill me. I just thought like
it's up to you.
Yeah, it was really interesting, but it was probably the biggest setup, especially in phase 4, but one of the biggest setups in all of the MCU was like that last episode, and he's like, I'm trying to think of something else that set up as much rather than like Thanos, like, grabbing the gauntlet and saying like, what do you say? Yeah, I'll do it myself, something like that. But yeah, I thought it was great. I love Miss Minutes. I loved was it was her name Killslayer or
Remslayer?
Remslayer. Yeah. I liked her. I'm interested in what's going on with her because in the comic book, she has her own story arc with Kang. Mobius was awesome. So, and then Loki falling in love with Sylvie, which is a version of himself, was so funny. And it's also, it's so Loki. Is like he's so narcissistic that of course the only person he would fall in love with would be himself. Like, it's like, that's what Loki would do, So but also the very opposite version of him as himself. You know what I mean? Like, so it was very, very awesome. I just loved every part of it. So definitely S tier for me. And a lot of people are like, well, it's mid, it sucked, Loki sucked. I was like, Tom Hiddleston.
You have a joyous life. Everything sucks, then nothing's good. Okay.
It changed a lot of the MCU. Yeah. It changed a lot of the MCU where like you find out about the Infinity Stones and stuff like that. It's like, oh, here they're just paperweights.
They're just paperweights. I love that.
Yeah. And it just blew,
that's full of them. Here you go. Take it.
Yeah, blew his head. It was like, what? He was, he spent his entire life or most of his life, trying to get this stuff going, and there's a drawer of them. But I feel like the TVA still has a lot of things we don't know fully about. It was very kind of all over the place, though. but all over the place in a good way because of Kang is all over the place. So we'll see. I'm excited about it. And then real quick, I know Andy said, did you miss the giveaway? No, we're doing the giveaway on Monday. I'm going to put a post out for that. We're doing the giveaway on Monday. Make sure you come back and check us out. So again, three out of 4. Sorry, Zach.
No wrong. I know this is going to happen the whole stream.
Yeah. He said Norse Loki got pregnant by a horse.
Yes, he did.
Did he? Yeah.
Oh, Loki is I forgot what that's called. I don't know what I forgot what that's called, but he just had sex with him.
Yeah. I mean, this is very different from Norse mythology.
Oh, I mean in the comics too.
Oh, in the comics, oh, really? Oh,
he impregnated a donkey or something like that in the comics.
Of course.
Yeah.
So, and then Martin dropped the link. That is the link for our giveaway video. So you still have a couple more days to enter in. So make sure you go check it out. I know Omar, go check it out. Who's that? Horror Geek, go check it out. Make sure you go enter, and you can win a nano gauntlet.
And then hashtag 500 in comments. Let's do that.
Yeah. Speaking of Loki and Thor, I need to keep playing some God of War.
Hey.
So
I need to get that.
Yeah. Shout out to my personal channel, twitch.tv/Ting Cramer. Go check it out over there.
Loki and Myth has a lot of animal children.
Yeah.
Yeah. That.
He's nasty.
Yeah, he's nasty.
Yeah. Well, all the Greek gods are kind of. Yeah. Like I think every Greek god and Norse god are kind of messed up like that, but that's a whole nother conversation. All right, so we're finally into our first movie of Phase 4. Got delayed forever. Black Widow. I'm gonna start putting movies down here for now. Black Widow came out in July, right at the end of Loki's run, July 2020 or July 2021. So, Zach, where are we putting Black Widow?
I'll give it a C.
C?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was fine. You know, I said
3 years too late, right?
It didn't have to be.
Yeah.
I did my review, and I even did like when I did the ranking video when I did my list, I ranked them. I said that like I've always wanted Natasha's be like Winter Soldier, but I expected the director to just copy Winter Soldier beat for beat and water it down. Even from like the silent Tess, who's related to her. But the thing is, like, you took someone that shouldn't be silent in Taskmaster, who talks the most shit in the Marvel comics. Like, I don't even care that they changed it to a girl. Honestly, that's fine. The actress that they picked can do a good job. But what made it better is to have a chatty, talking shit female Taskmaster. I think that would have been more progressive than hiring just a silent one. Because we don't get evil women characters like that. So they dropped the ball on that. All the side characters had more story and arcs than the main character. Natasha didn't get much action-wise, story-wise, plot-wise. The only thing saving grace for this was Yelena Belova. Yeah. Florence Pugh is one of my favorite actresses in the last 5 years. She's great in everything she does, even the movies that are just okay. She's always a shining light, and she did a bang-up job here. She did a good job in Hawkeye. She's going to do a fantastic job in Thunderbolts, and when she leads the Young Avengers and everything she's going to do in the MCU. David Harbour was good, but yeah, it was just too weird CGI choices, too much of a copy of Winter Soldier, but just not as good.
Wait, sorry, got a cat walking on me. What about you, Brandon?
I agree.
Were you keeping it at a C?
I believe it at C. Like we said, first and foremost, the movie was way too late. This should have come out after Civil War. You know, this should have been a couple months after Civil War. It shouldn't. At this point, I had kind of lost interest in the character of Black Widow. It really seemed like it was just kind of Kevin Feige and Marvel just throwing Scarlett Johansson a bone because she didn't get her own solo film when she should have much earlier. It was an entertaining enough movie. To me, it just wasn't the movie that it could have been. They could have done more, just like Zach said, they could have done more with Taskmaster. The movie really didn't even have its own identity. You know, it just kind of felt like a cut and paste and bits and pieces of others. Like Winter Soldier, elements of the Bourne movies in there. I kind of picked up on, countless other espionage movies. It just never felt like it had an identity all its own. It was well acted enough. We know what to expect from Scarlett Johansson. Florence Pugh was the shining light. That was already touched on as Yelena. I really couldn't have seen that character working as well if it were any other actress other than Florence Pugh. Just her energy, her delivery of the roles, what she brought to the role, like she crushed it. I'm looking forward to seeing more of her. I was overjoyed to see her in Hawkeye. I'm looking forward to seeing her in Thunderbolts. I think she was the one, dare I say, even carrying this whole thing. I was just very, very middle of the road with this movie. It was entertaining enough for what it set out to do, but it just kind of lacked ambition to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we got 2 people who give it a C. Brian, what are you giving it?
I don't even think this is a Phase 4 movie. This is like a Phase 2 movie that got released in Phase 4 after she's already dead. I mean, she literally is already dead, and now you're gonna release the movie. It was stupid. All right. The movie comes out in in 2017, 2018. This is a good movie. Yes. I feel like you get an A-B movie. And now I'm gonna give it a C. Just because I love Scarlett Johansson, I love Florence Pugh, I love David Harper, I love all those things. But guess what? Getting a C because it didn't matter. There was no reason for it to be released, and it was a waste. It was literally a waste. So I only give it a C because there's other things that deserve a D.
Yeah. I'm right there with you guys. Probably a C is about where it should be at. Because it didn't suck to the point where it's a D, it was at least entertaining enough to enjoy it, and you had some powerhouse actors and actresses.
Absolutely.
Christine, Rachel Weisz, I freaking love
Ray
her.
Winstone,
Yeah. So, but like you said, it came out in the wrong phase for one, like Brian said, and then COVID just murdered this movie. It's coming out today. Now it's coming out tomorrow. It's coming out this day, and they changed the release date on this so many more times. It was just like the running gag of COVID. It felt like it was like it's never gonna come out. And then you're finding out all the stuff that Disney did with Scarlett Johansson afterward. I mean, Disney just ruined this movie from the start, right from the start, from releasing it in the wrong time frame and then having all the issues and handling it improperly. So, but we did get some good stuff out of it. David Harper with Red Guardian was great. Like you said, Florence Pugh was great, and they're awesome characters. So if this was Scarlett Johansson's last time as Black Widow, it kind of sucks. Because I'd rather have her last
amazing
moment.
Character. It was an amazing character, and they didn't do an arc for her. They killed her off, and then they're like, "Hey, this is how we got to that point 5 years ago."
Yeah. It was basically a side quest in the MCU, but
it was.
It could have been so much more. Because just like you said, Brian, she's an amazing character. I would have been happy with more than one movie of her. It just seemed like it was kind of made, just for the heck of being made, and it was never the movie it could have been. It was just too little, too late.
Yeah.
And I don't mind side quests. Sorry, I was
just saying I would have rather seen this than seeing Iron Man 3.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mind side quests. I don't think everything has to push the narrative of the overall universe forward. I think that's a problem that a lot of people have with these movies and shows, because just like comic books, it has to be about the character. It just needed to be a better movie. It should have been grittier. They had this whole thing with him taking girls and young girls and trafficking. They could have gone into more of that. They had different. The action scene when Taskmaster's first chasing both of them was actually really, really good.
Yeah,
but it's just they needed to stop. I get that they wanted some quiet moments, but the quiet moments were just too static. And then the finale was just too similar to Winter Soldier, but just not as good. Going up to something in the sky, and she's fighting in the silent protect, and then the ridiculous them falling from the sky and then landing on the ground, and she has no powers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, this movie was also made after Wonder Woman. The first Wonder Woman came out and was super successful.
Fire.
And then Marvel's like, oh, hey, we have a woman too. Here it is, and it's like Brandon said, a little too late, for that. It was like DC won that battle because you didn't have the courage enough to put out one of your best characters, not just female characters, one of your best characters out. So, that was more on Disney than I think anything else. Was just completely screwed up. Do
you guys know when this movie was originally supposed to be coming out?
Oh man, it was like 2020. Was it like
2020.
March of 2020?
So when they first released, they were going to put a movie together for her. This was in 2018. They talked about it, putting the movie together. They just did nothing for it for like a year and a half.
Yeah,
those are issues I have. Like, you could have done something with this, and you could have came out with this movie a lot sooner, and it would have been a lot more successful. But it seems like it was an afterthought. And then once you killed off the character, it was never going to do well.
Yeah, no one cared. Because they saw the way she should have, that they wanted to see her, like her sacrificing, having a good cherry on top of whatever little story she had. That was it. That was the way you should have ended. And instead, you have her come back just to introduce her replacement, which was kind of not cool.
Much.
And then Andy said Black Widow was good when you compare it to Iron Man 3 and Thor Dark World. Yeah.
I like Iron Man 3. Why is everyone shitting on him?
Because it deserves it.
I know the Mandarin twist. I know the Mandarin twist was bad, but we got
it was the half the movie.
The Mandarin twist had me cracking up in the theater. I still kind of think it's funny, especially in hindsight, since they technically kind of fixed that. But
one of the coolest superhero scenes I've seen in a superhero movie with him saying
there were elements of Iron Man 3 I liked.
But
that's not Phase 4.
Let's not like.
Yeah. Let's move on. Speaking of, this is a good one. The next movie that came out was Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. That came out in July 3rd, 2021. So pretty good segue from Iron Man 3 to Shang-Chi.
Yeah.
So what are you putting this one at, Zach?
That's an A, easily an A.
A.
Really fun movie. I always like Simu Liu from Kim's Convenience. If you ever seen that show, real OG. Awkwafina, despite her controversy outside of this movie, I thought she did a great job. And I forgot the actor that played Mandarin, aka Wenwu, but he did a banging job. One of the best villains that they've ever written. He acted very well. The ridiculousness of his story arc, he just made it grounded and believable. If it was another actor, it probably would have been like, what? But he did a great job of making us feel for him. And like, you're doing the wrong thing, but I understand why you're doing it. And that's just a great villain. And the fighting was really good. The bus scene's iconic. The scene on the railings, iconic. And I don't know. My only negative is I think they jumped the shark a little bit with the third act with the dragons and Dragon Ball Z and the Avatar Last Airbender. And I think that the Awkwafina's character, Katie, shooting the arrow perfectly after 30 minutes was a little Disney-ish. I thought that took me out of the movie. I was like, what? She just shot a dragon? Okay. One spot. Yeah. But overall, I thought it was a great Tony Leung. Thank you. Horror Geek, you're a great guy. I like you.
Man, we appreciate him in chat.
But yeah, I thought it was a great movie. I think it's a great origin film. It's not S tier yet. I think that Daniel Creston and Simu Liu have more to go. There's more room to go to an S tier movie for the second one.
Yeah. All right, Brandon. Where you putting it?
I'm with that. This goes in the A department for me too. I absolutely I love martial arts movies, and in a time where like shaky cam and not being able to see what's going on during the fight scenes is so rampant. This was a real breath of fresh air. The fight choreography, the way the fight scenes were shot were absolutely incredible. I loved the cinematography. I love the use of like Asian hip hop in the movies. Having lived overseas and kind of immerse myself in that culture. That was a great thing to see as well. It really went all in that regard. I loved Simu Liu as Shang-Chi. I loved Tony Leung was great, just like we said. It was hilarious seeing Ben Kingsley's Trevor Slattery showed up, and how he showed up was absolutely great. Zach, you actually beat me to this. The only thing that preventing me from giving it an S is, yes, the third act where they kind of went full on into the fantastical with the dragons and stuff like that. If this was just like a full on kind of semi-grounded martial arts movie, I would have been with the elements of just the Mandarin, Tony Leung's character Wenwu. That would have been enough for me, rather than going into the whole thing with the dragon and that sort of thing. They really didn't even need to have like as fun as it was, like the cameo from Wong and Abomination. If this was really if this was just in its own corner, I would have been fine with that too. As fun an addition as that was, it just kind of seemed necessary in the context of the MCU. Just them playing, oh, spot that character. Here's that character. Remember him? But other than that, it was a really, really enjoyable experience for me. I'm looking forward to a sequel, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Dustin Daniel Cretton brings to Avengers Kang Dynasty in a few years.
He's gonna kill that.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's so good. All right, Brian, where are you putting it?
This was the second best movie that came out in Phase 4. This is almost an S. It's an A. But it has elements of an S. Like 2/3 of that movie is amazing. Mm-hmm. It's literally amazing. Even with Awkwafina, I didn't even hate her in the movie. That takes some real talent. I had no problems with her at all. So I mean, it was written well, it's acted well. The story was so well done. All the action scenes were great. Everything was believable. Second best movie that came out Phase 4. I loved it. Done.
Yeah. I'm there with you guys too. Everything. The villain was like Zach said, was believable. Like, he did it for love. He did it because he missed his wife that he loved, and he knew it was his fault and stuff like that. It was like, yeah, that's realistic. When you make a villain that you're like, I get it. You're doing it messed up. You're not right for doing it, but I get why you're doing it. And that's what always makes a good villain. And that was definitely it. But the same issue, that third act, that finale was trying to be too much. I don't know, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, maybe. I don't know. Like, it was just getting a little too much. I'd rather have seen like a badass, like Brandon said, a badass like martial art kind of fight to the death kind
tournament.
of thing. But the tournament will have been pretty cool too, maybe. But I want to see him being the deadliest man alive. Like he is in the comic book. This is the guy that teaches Spider-Man how to spider foo and
Spider
stuff like
away.
that. Yeah. So I want to see more of him being a badass like that, which he did show. But that third act with the whole dragon fight was
take the focus off what it should have been on.
Of him being a badass. Instead, it became more magical with this whole dimension realm. Like, that's still kind of confusing too. Is like, where is this place at? Is it on Earth? Is it a world between worlds? I don't know.
I think it might be tied to Miss Marvel's
alternate. I think so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Eventually, we're going to get an answer for all that.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. If anything, Phase 4 was a lot of setup for Phase 5 and 6.
Totally.
But this one there too, because I even like what they did with the 10 rings. I was cool with not making it like actual rings and making them more like an actual like Chinese the arm things that they have. I don't know what they're called. So that was super cool. I enjoyed it. But definitely A. It was really close from being an S. If they would have fixed that ending a little bit and tying it up. Not even the CGI. I get the COVID messed up CGI, this and that, whatever. I can get over like not the best CGI, but if it makes sense, and it was a little too much for me. But besides that, I love this movie. Shang-Chi, even his name being Sean, and then like, people like now they go, oh, it's Shang-Chi, and then he goes in and tells you like, no, it's Shang-Chi. It was like, that's cool, So I think we all agree there. So that's the first.
Nice.
We're not agreed on this next one.
The next one is What If. So what if was the next?
Really?
Yeah, that came out. That came out in August 2021.
Okay.
So that was it. So that was on Disney Plus.
So that was before Shang-Chi. So Shang-Chi came out in September.
Yeah.
Well, because it ran from August to October. So I think that's how they're placing it.
Okay.
Which is weird because usually they try to keep them separate. They didn't want people to go to a movie and watch on the same time. So they kind of like, here's a show and then movie, show. But it did run through Shang-Chi. So it started in August, ended in October. And I think they're going by the end date.
Gotcha.
What if? What are you giving it, Zach?
B.
You giving it a B?
Yeah. I think that it was uneven. I think that almost I like every other episode. But those last 3 really tied it up and was some of the best MCU action fantasy team up stuff that we got in any of the movies or shows. I love the interactions. I love the multiverse feel of all these different characters. It felt like a lot of different comic books that I've read. I just think that some of the What If episodes, like the zombie one, I didn't really care for. It was like, I can't remember like every single episode, but it was just some I felt was weaker than others. And I wish they would have told us that it would tie in the end, because the way they pitched it was, it's anthology, so nothing is together. It's stories like Star Wars Visions. Star Wars Visions didn't tie in to each other at the end. That's what I thought it was going to be. So I was kind of like, I don't know if I'm going to finish this if it's not going to really be quintessential. But then fucking Vision shows up and fights the Watcher, and then they all team up, and I'm like, ah! So yeah, it gets a B for that.
Yeah. B. Okay. And then before Brandon goes, Andy says he's giving it an S tier.
Wow.
And he said Chadwick Boseman's last performance.
Yeah.
As Star-Lord T'Challa. So yeah, which is probably one of my favorite characters. So he was super cool.
It is my favorite character.
It is, yeah. Definitely just shows you how cool T'Challa is and how shitty
he was
Star-Lord
is. He's able to talk him out like, hey, don't worry about that. Come be one of my friends. We're okay.
Yeah. So what about you, Brandon? What are you giving What If? Right now it's at a B.
Yeah, I was kind of walking the line between A and B. I'm kind of leaning a little more towards A in this case. Just from an artistic standpoint, I loved the animation style, and I really love anthologies, and I love the concept of an anthology when it comes to Marvel. But I think where it really kind of failed for me is, I would have left it as an anthology. By that I mean each kind of episode was kind of self-contained. I didn't need it to I didn't need everything to tie itself back up in the end. I would have been fine with no team up. I would have been fine with just individual episodes, like Twilight Zone / Outer Limits style, like they seem to be going for. I didn't need a payoff in this regard. It would have. You know what? I am changing my mind. This will be a B. That's where it really kind of shot itself in the foot for me, badly. Yeah. If not for that, I would have ranked this easy. This would have been like an A, maybe even close to S, but it really kind of shot itself in the foot in that regard. They should have just left it anthology style as promised individual self-contained episodes. That's where they went wrong for me. Chadwick Boseman killed it though. Chris Hemsworth was having a lot of fun. You could tell, the fact that they brought a lot of the actors back to voice their counterparts. Jeffrey Wright, absolutely incredible as the Watcher. But
he has that voice.
Kind of tying everything back up for a team up just out of nothing but obligation. It felt like that's where they really went wrong for me.
Okay. Brian, so right now it's sitting for two out of B.
I don't know. Maybe I saw the wrong show. I thought What If was fucking amazing. I loved every one of the shows. I loved the comic book feel of it. I loved Jeffrey Wright. I liked the ending because you had to set up Multiverse of Madness. You had to have those characters, and they were too alike to not set it up, knowing that you're going to reuse them in Multiverse of Madness. They had to do that because there's nothing else out there to use. So I had no problems with the ending of it. I said Chadwick Boseman, Star-Lord T'Challa was my favorite. I loved Thor in it. I didn't not like any part of it. I thought everything was cool. Even the zombies, I think is going to be a payoff. I really believe the zombies are going to be a payoff very soon.
Well, we're getting a Marvel zombie show.
We're gonna
So
a zombie show.
So it's like there's nothing that was part of this what if that didn't have something to do with setting up something else. And that's what it was all about. And I enjoyed every single part of it. I loved it. So yeah, I'm in the S. So maybe I'm crazy. I'm crazy. I loved it.
So an S and 2 B's, I don't know, would that like average out as an A maybe? I don't know.
A minus maybe.
Yeah.
The B's will bring it back down.
Yeah. An S is a lot for me. For me, this is I enjoyed it. It was a lot. It was a lot of fun. It was definitely somewhere in the A-B range.
Like I said, I was kind of walking that line.
Join us.
You know what? No, I'm changing again. A.
Damn it. Damn it.
Because
I halfway with S just because you go both with B. So
everything I said still stands though. But I was walking that line. I'll throw it in A.
If
they didn't have to do the
wait. If he goes A, then I'm going back down to A. So I don't need to have S. Because I like WandaVision more. I like WandaVision more, but I just felt like you guys getting a B. There's no way this is not getting an A. So I just had to
messing up the grading, man. Yeah. Now for me, I'm gonna give it an A because I had fun with it almost every single episode. The zombie one was cool. It wasn't the coolest episode. Seeing Agent Carter was cool, stuff like that. The ending, like you said, it didn't need to be there because I feel like knowing these characters existed was enough to set up the Multiverse of Madness, Doctor Strange movie. But them teaming up together was kind of cool because if anything, because this show proved two things to me. T'Challa is a badass and Killmonger is always a bad guy. So when people were saying like they want to see Killmonger back in it and he should be the king and blah, 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 I'm like, that's stupid. We shown 2 times in 2 different versions, he's a bad guy. Like he's not going to do the good thing.
It also broke down the walls of the multiverse.
Yeah.
That's why the team up had to happen because it broke down the walls. That's what Jeffrey Wright had to bring, and they had to start merging these things. So us understanding what Spider-Man and what's going to happen in Multiverse of Madness.
They should have saved that for a movie. That's my only problem. They should have saved that for. I think we know there's a multiverse. You could have said now they interact in No Way Home, and then Doctor Strange is like, this is how it happens. This is how these multiverses interact because we have America who can do this without any problems.
Isn't that kind of what they did?
But by teaming up, you already broke that. You already set that up for like No Way Home. You're like, okay, I already know what's gonna happen.
Team up because you already had a team up in No Way Home. I can hear you.
No Way Home. You're gonna have the team up. You're like, oh, so they can interact. And then in Doctor Strange, so it would have built up. Instead, you blew your load in What If, which was cool because that ending was awesome.
Showed up in Multiverse of Madness and not having seen anybody else. That would have been cool.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't disagree with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So but that ending, that Ultron with the stones was fucking awesome. I would say that was super cool. Yeah. He was like Thanos too, like yeah. So that was super cool. Or was it Vision? I guess Ultron.
Yeah, Vision Ultron. Yep.
Both of them together.
Yeah. So I can't be mad at it because that ending was amazing. But it did ruin the upcoming movies where I think you had rumors of big things. You know what I mean? Well, Multiverse of Madness, it was already in the title, but No Way Home, you're all like, is it? Are they? I don't know. You're kind of like, waiting the whole time. But this flat out said like, oh no, yeah, they can interact. They just bust through invisible walls and boom, now you're over there.
Okay.
But I did have fun with it. Giving it an A.
I'm excited for season 2.
Yeah, seriously. Because you could set things up where it makes more sense in the movie. Like the whole Infinity Stones thing. Like, oh, Infinity Stones still work, just not in.
It has to be in the right.
Just not. Yeah.
Dimension or whatever. Yeah.
Just like in the
multiverse.
Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff they can get into. But now, this is where a lot of people started getting a little.
This is where we're going to diverge.
Yeah. So the next movie that came out was November 5th. So a little bit after What If was The Eternals.
Oh god.
Directed by Chloe
Zhao. That's what, this is where we go right here. This is where everything changes. Everything takes a turn.
Yeah. So I
civil first.
So Eternals came out, and that was probably the first divisive movie of Phase 4, really. So we'll let Zach start with it. Where are you placing Eternals on this list?
Go ahead, put it in the S tier.
It's an A.
The A. That's where we're gonna start it off at. Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
I love this movie because I like the history lesson that the MCU got. I like Zack Snyder's DC movies, and Chloe Zhao took a lot of inspiration from that, and it's written all over through this movie, and I really enjoyed that form of storytelling. I like the power sets. They didn't seem dumbed down. I like the characters' conundrums that they had to go through. I remember being mind blown that there was a celestial on the earth and it was going to blow up and destroy everything. And they had to make a decision to do we do our job that we were built to do, or do we go against our manifest destiny? I thought that was kind of brilliant. And I had a visceral, and anybody that saw me in the movie did a reaction when Icarus killed Salma Hayek. I literally said in the theater loud, "You motherfucker."
Yeah, I agree with you there, man.
I was like, know about the movie.
How dare you? Like, I like
Stark.
And that ending fight was so dope. All the powers used. I just thought the only negative was that there was just too much going on for the length of the movie. And I think my only other negative is that Icarus and Gemma Chan's character, I don't remember what her name is right now for some reason, their chemistry.
Cersei.
Yeah.
Their chemistry wasn't strong enough for what they were trying to do. If that love story was like the chemistry was strong enough for that love story, the movie would have been held up more because people were like, oh, I love them together, like Peggy and Steve and yada yada yada. But they had no chemistry at all. She had chemistry with Dane, but she did not have chemistry with Icarus. So I think that held back the movie a little bit because that was a big part of the movie. But I thought the sci-fi aspects, I thought the action, the visuals, the fact that it was not a green screen, it was shot on location. And just the fact that it was a DC movie in the Marvel universe, and I prefer the feel of DC movies more. It just was a movie for me.
They actually bring up Bruce Wayne and Alfred in this movie, so
you articulated your points so very well.
She purposely did that.
You articulated your points so very well.
And now you're about to shit on him.
Oh hell yeah.
Well, also they brought up Batman Alfred. They also brought up Batman in Guardians of the Holiday Special, which was kind of fun. Yeah. So
James Gunn is planting the seeds for that crossover.
That's the first thing I thought about too. So he's giving it an A. Okay, some pretty good reasons. Brandon, what are you giving it?
I'm gonna agree with that. I'm gonna leave this at A as well. I really appreciated what Chloe Zhao was trying to do. She's very much, things like Nomadland, some of her other work. She's very, very much an art house director. I was curious and very open to the idea of an art house movie here in the case of the MCU. And I really think that she pulled it off very wonderfully. I really respected its ambition. I liked the way that say what?
Okay.
No, somebody commented and said he looked like Bucky, and I was like,
yeah, he looked like Bucky, a lot like Bucky.
Oh, Richard Madden, he does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But like I said, my problem was with the character of Bucky, not Sebastian Stan. So, but I liked the characters. I thought they were very well cast or very well acted. I think Barry Keoghan as Druig was a standout. I'm forgetting the actress who played Makari, but she was great. Brian Tyree Henry as
Yes.
help me out.
Paper
What was his
boy.
character?
Fastos.
Yeah, Fastos. Awesome
Great.
character. I think that the final battle that kind of put faith in how the MCU will approach X-Men. In terms of like the team up, the power sets, how they were using their powers, how they were working individually as a team and as a team too. I really liked Angelina Jolie's character, Athena. Yeah, it was kind of interesting to see Angelina Jolie, probably the main A-list actress of the bunch, being kind of, dare I say, kind of sidelined or relegated to a supporting role. That was kind of it was kind of cool to see that. But I really liked the approach to it from a technical aspect. I loved the way that Zhao shot the movie. The post-credit scene, I literally stood up in the theater upon hearing Mahershala Ali's voice saying that one sentence. You sure you're ready for that? I stand up and I go, oh.
Everyone else already left. Everyone else already left, so it didn't matter.
It made up for the other post-credit scene.
Yeah, and like you said, Zach. Snyder very much approached the DC universe treating these characters as gods, but I preferred the way Zhao did it because it kind of worked a little bit more in her context with these characters that she was saddled with. So I'll give it an A. We'll leave it at A.
Ryan?
That's why I gave it.
Yeah.
Literally. So I was excited about seeing this movie. I went and saw it opening night and I fell asleep 4 times. 4 times. There's too many characters that you had to try to put into a movie and shoehorn in. There was too many people that you didn't know who the hell they were. Even right now, you just gave it an A and you were asking me who did they play? How is it an A then? How is it on the same level as Shang-Chi? It wasn't on the same level as Shang-Chi for me. I feel like the movie was too long for one. It was tried to have all these characters without having any character arcs. And none of them really had chemistry with each other. None of them. I didn't care about any of them. I love Salma Hayek, even Ajak. I was like, well, I really don't care. I felt like I didn't care at the end. That's just kind of where we were. And because of beautiful, yes, it was cinematography was beautiful, looked good. I understand what they're doing. The story wasn't even terrible. It was just horrible. Like the movie and as a whole, when you look at it, I was just like, why am I falling asleep in the movie theater? Why is my wife snoring, drooling? Why is 4 people getting up, walking out of the movie theater? I'm like, all right, come on, man. I saw that too. I knew what they're trying to do. I understand where they're trying to take it, but it just didn't do well. I appreciate the work it tried to go, but they didn't succeed. And I just think there's too many characters. Too many. When you have a storyline that you're trying to introduce these new characters, you better focus on these new characters. You can't bring 9 of them in and think we're going to remember. I think that was just a misstep. Now, do I think that they need to be thrown out of the MCU? No, I don't think so. I just think it wasn't a good movie. I think they didn't do it right. That's just my opinion. So, yeah.
Where are you placing it? So we got 2 A's.
That's a D.
It's almost like I have to put it as a D because I don't want it to be a B. But I don't think it was a D movie. It was not, I don't think it was good as Black Widow, but I'll put it like right next to Black Widow.
You put it next to Black Widow?
Yeah, like right next to Black Widow. That's where I am.
Okay. Okay. So before I go, I asked chat, the couple people that are in here. Andy gave it a C. Horror Geek, who's been agreeing with Zach almost the entire show, said, "Yeah, I appreciate what I was going for, but that
how could you
betrayal." But I'm right there too. Me and another Nerd Huddle guy, Alfredo, we do Oscar movies. So whenever we get the nominations for best picture for Oscar year, we watch them all, good or bad, however we feel. And I watched No Man Land, and I fucking hate that movie. I didn't like it. It looked cool. It had gorgeous things. It was a movie about, I don't know. I couldn't get into it. And when I found out, and then I looked at her other movies, I'm like, oh, I watched that. I didn't like that. I watched that and I didn't like that. I mean, she's only done like what 5-6 movies at this point.
Only a few. Yeah.
And I haven't liked really anything she's done. And I found out she's doing it. I was like, ugh. So I'm like, it's gonna have. I already knew right off the bat. It's gonna have somebody looking off to the sun for 5 minutes, and sure enough, that's what we got. You know,
it was a beautiful sunset, though.
Of course it is. You know, every sunset's beautiful when you put it behind like a desert forest in the distance and all that shit. But you know, but overall the actors were good. It wasn't the worst movie ever. I've definitely seen worse movies. But it was hard to put so many characters in one movie. You know, granted they focused on, you know, Cersei mostly, you know, and all the flashbacks were kind of cool, you know, but yeah, it didn't hit it, you know, and when Zach said it took Snyder stuff from it, I was like, oh cool, I hate Snyder. I don't like his movies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I might get attacked on Twitter, and you know, I'm gonna have 50 million people coming after me. I'm not a Snyder fan. You know,
he did 300.
I'm coming for you.
I am a Snyder fan. And I still hate the movie.
I'm with.
He made that was good. He made 300.
Yeah.
He copied 300 because everything was panel for panel from the comic, and the comic is gorgeous because you took not Robert. My God, I can't think of his name. He's one of my favorite comic book guys.
A proper adaptation.
Yeah, but I mean, at that point, you're just copying. You know, Zach is not great. You know.
He's great visually and with fight scenes, and that's about it.
Yeah. So you know, and I did get a lot of Zack Snyder kind of feel for stuff too.
Frank Miller,
mixed with
right?
Frank Miller. Yes. Oh my God, Frank Miller. His Wolverine is one of my favorite Wolverine. I have it still, like in my collection somewhere, signed by Frank Miller. So,
legendary.
He also wrote RoboCop, which is one of my favorite movies. I mean, the director completely shit on his script, but you know, he wrote RoboCop for what that's worth.
Original?
The original 1 and 2.
1 and 2, yeah.
1 and 2. Yeah. But obviously the director changed a lot of his script and pissed him off, and that was him being done with Hollywood. But yeah, I'm giving it a C. It just like you know, like Horror Geek said and what Brian said, I appreciate what they were trying to go for. They were going for something different, which is cool. But for me, it didn't land. It didn't land. It was a lot at once. I'm excited to see the characters going forward. Exactly. I think they could do some cool stuff now that they're all introduced. But as an introduction to these characters, it was a miss.
So counting the chat grades in this?
Yeah, we'll count the chat.
Oh, okay, so yeah, it's a C then.
Yeah, it's
like 6 C's versus 2 A's.
Yeah, but like I said, I appreciate what they were doing, but
I just can't believe you guys are put in the same level as Shang-Chi. That really does.
I like it more than Shang-Chi.
Wow.
Really? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I didn't like it more than Shang-Chi. I'd say I probably liked it around the same.
Shang-Chi is not different
for
from
clone Bucky.
I mean, no, that's really interesting to me to hear what you guys are saying about it. I just didn't see it that way.
Yeah. I did
well, most people agree with you.
Yeah.
Like I said, when I left that theater, I was like, "Oh, I'm in the mean minority." My review is about to get 2 views.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's one way to get a lot of views is when you love something everyone else hates, or you hate something everyone else loves.
Yeah.
You tend to get a lot of people saying you're stupid. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, and I like what Andy Bush is. C for clone Bucky. I was like, generic white guy. Yes.
Disney Plus did help this movie though.
Yeah, it did. I think it did much better.
The year anniversary, a lot of people came out. I didn't watch this in the movie theater, but when I watched it on Disney Plus, I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a lot of fans out there, so that the second movie might be able to do better.
It probably would have been better on Disney Plus,
It
just
probably-
because you
exactly.
can rewind and rewatch and rewatch, skip,
too
go
expensive,
back.
though.
When you're tired of it, you pause it. You say, "I'll come back in the morning."
Too expensive for them to drop it on Disney Plus.
Yeah, no way they were gonna drop it on Disney Plus. Zoe Shao just won an Oscar as best director for some reason. I don't. Me and Alfredo, when we text each other like, what? Like, how did that win? Like, whatever.
That's the type of stuff the Academy likes. You know what's
does.
funny? When I saw
is.
when I saw the hype for this movie, I was like, Kevin Feige likes Zack Snyder. You know how I know that? Because he said this is the best movie we ever made before the movie came out.
He did.
Yeah.
And this is a Zack Snyder movie in the MCU. And I'm like, he wants that darkness and gravitas, but he knows he can't do it under Disney. And he was like, yes, I finally got it. And then it bombed. He's like, shit.
Yeah. Yeah. But it wasn't even that dark, I feel like.
It wasn't that dark. It was
wasn't that
confusing as hell. That's what it was.
I mean, like
confusing.
terms of cinematography and stuff like that.
Yeah. Like I feel like
stuff. Yeah.
Moon Knight was darker than that.
Yeah. We should have got a point where like, you work for Game of Thrones, I work for Game of Thrones. Yeah, we're like that would have been the MCU Martha moment. So yeah.
How do you know my name?
We still should have got a Sherlock moment in Infinity War Endgame. I can't believe they didn't.
A few times.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, the Academy loves character studies.
Yep.
That is true. The Academy's so far up their own ass. All right, let's keep going. We're about almost halfway ish.
Oh my god, really?
4, 5, 6,
Holy shit.
No, not yet.
Talk too long
Not
about
yet.
Eternals.
Yeah. All right, so we got Hawkeye. Ran from Disney Plus from November to December of 2021. So where we at? Hawkeye. Introduced a few new characters.
When did Hawkeye come out?
Hawkeye, November to December of 2021.
Okay.
It's only a year ago.
Yep. Yeah. You know, so cool. Okay, it was another Christmas themed kind of background of Christmas going on. Introduced a few new characters and stuff like that. But where are you gonna place it, Zach?
This should have been a Christmas movie, but it's a C.
Okay.
I am a big fan of these two characters in the comics, especially this particular when they finally get paired. Bought the comics, love the run. I think Haley Steinfeld is perfect casting. This phase has some perfect casting, and she's really one of them. Yes. And she's one of them as Kate Bishop. She is the character in real life. The things that hold it back for me is the story is weak to me. I think Jeremy Renner didn't put enough effort in a lot of the show in terms of passion and matching the other actors.
He was trying to go to jail.
I know he has his legal issues, trying to stay under the radar, which still bothers me that he gets to do that. But Ezra Miller's getting all the flack. But
as I digress.
Who else? I think Kingpin. I did not like their version of Kingpin compared to the Daredevil version. It's too cartoony. The mother Vera Farmiga is a very fantastic actress. Was a waste. Yeah, it was just a lot of wasted potential for me. It should have been. I think the best episode was the episode where they're getting away from Echo and they're doing that car chase. I thought all that was amazing. That blew my mind, and I was like, yes. And then we never got to that low down back again and kind of like coasted a little bit. We got some stuff with the LARPers, and I was like, okay. And then we had the stuff with the stepdad, and I'm like, yeah, I get it. You're setting up another character, but And then the finale was just, okay, yeah, it was fun.
It was over. You're like, cool. All right.
Yeah. You know, like I feel like that should have been a Christmas movie. Should have came out December 21st, 2 hours and 20 minutes. Could have did the same exact plot, more streamlined. Didn't need to be a weekly drop, and had production values and stuff like that. I think it could have did really well like that as well. But I just thought I wasn't insulted because I love these characters and the storylines, but also was just still disappointed.
Okay, Brandon.
I'd go a little higher. I'd give it a B. I liked that it was a smaller kind of street level story in comparison to some of the other things that we've seen in the MCU. You know, it could really just be summed up as Clint and Kate versus a crime syndicate in New York. which I really liked. You know, we've gotten all these like Avengers level and Thanos level threats throughout the course of the MCU that it's easy to forget. Sometimes there's smaller, like I said, street level stories going on. So it was a nice change of pace in that regard. Just like we said, Haley Steinfeld as Kate Bishop. There was no one else. She was the obvious choice to play the role. She absolutely killed it. I'm looking forward to seeing more of her down the line. I thought the comic booky iteration of Kingpin was fun. You know, with him being kind of like this near indestructible peak human, for lack of a better term. I thought that was kind of fun to see. I will agree that Vera Farmiga, we all know that she's a great actress. She's proven that over and over again. But they didn't really do much they didn't really utilize her. You have a great actor like her at your disposal. I'm probably going to talk more about that later down the line when we talk about another movie on this list. But it just kind of seemed like an unfortunate waste in that regard. But overall, I had fun with it. I love the inclusion of Lucky, the pizza dog. He was great.
Oh,
yeah, it was fun. It was like a fun kind of like Christmas buddy movie, kind of reminiscent of Lethal Weapon meets Die Hard to me.
You can't be pulling out movies like that.
Die Hard is a Christmas
Die
movie.
Hard, like that's
Die Hard is
you say like the best buddy cop movies ever.
Yeah, Lethal Weapon, Die Hard. You know,
no, but I can say I can see the influences.
yeah.
So,
Influenced by
Influenced by, but not the same level of.
Oh, I didn't say same level. I said I kind of picked up on like similar tones.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So where you put it at?
B.
B.
B? Okay, so we're at a C and a B right here. Okay. So we'll put it at a B right now. Brian?
It's all right.
Well, real quick. So Andy goes A for Arrow, B for Bullseye, C for Christmas.
I'm dead.
I give it a B minus. I love Haley Steinfeld. She was good. Jeremy Renner was done. The story was all right. It's a B minus, man. This is a B minus.
You give it a B?
Yeah, it's a B minus.
You gotta give it B or C, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Don't mess up the grade.
Give me a C. Just give me a C.
Give it a C.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm probably right there at a C as well. You know, it was fun. You know, I think if the story was a little bit stronger, it would have been cooler. But because you had Yelena coming in, which was awesome. You had like Kate Bishop, who was awesome. You know, like you said, Haley Steinfeld was amazing. But just some of it was kind of just like it felt like going through the motions, like just going through the motions of something with a similar story. You know, and I agree with Zach. Like once that car chase, one of the coolest scenes in I don't know, in most of the MCU stuff. It's definitely up there. Yeah. You know, it really was. You know, turning the arrow big and all that crazy stuff. Super cool, you know, and them going back and forth, and that being one solid shot with in the car where there's cutting back and forth to the front seat, back seat.
It's showing how good she was because he was doubting her up at that point, and she just killed it. I was like,
yeah. You know, and I was like, oh, I wish, you know, but then after that, it just went down to a level and just stayed there. You know, even that ending was kind of blah.
Even that same episode. After the cool down, they have that moment with his kid, and it's just like, wow, we got all this great action, but then we get a character moment right there. Him dealing with his deafness, her understanding, him translating for the kid. All that was fantastic. And if they just balanced all that stuff throughout the show, it would have been good, but they did it.
Yeah. I don't know. Was it different? I got to look up and see if it was different directors for each episode, because whoever did that episode was great.
It is different directors every episode for all the Disney Plus shows.
Was it? Yeah. So that the ending was just such a letdown.
Forgettable. Nobody even talked about her. That's how forgettable she was.
Yeah. You know, but she had a good possible story arc, and they just kind of
flashback was really good too.
Yeah,
with her watching him kill everybody, I thought that was amazing.
Yeah. So you know, it was all right, but yeah, I'm giving it a C. That right there with you guys. And then
Overthrow was better.
Yeah, well, I think you're gonna have Daredevil and probably more Kingpin. So I think you'll have the people,
maybe Hawkeye,
the connections, maybe Hawkeye, maybe Kate Bishop. We'll see.
Yeah.
So we'll probably keep it at C3 Cs and a B. Oh no, 3 Cs and who gave it a B? Brandon. Right?
Me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
I need you as my teacher. That's why. The good grade.
The good grade. All right, so we're going halfway. So Spider-Man is the halfway point of MCU. So Jesus Christ. So Spider-Man No Way Home. Right? Yeah, No Way Home. December 17th, 2021. So it finished off the year last year. One of the most profitable MCU movies, I think it was. So
movies, period.
Yeah, it really was. So the trilogy, I guess, the third movie of his solo movies. So it kind of ended up that storyline of Spider-Man with his 3 movies. So Zach, were you giving Spider-Man No Way Home?
Between an A.
What was that?
I didn't hear what you said. What?
Floating between an A and a B.
Oh wow!
I'm gonna give it an A because all my issues with the movie, they give me all 3 Spider-Mans. Give me an amazing Green Goblin, Spider-Man beating Doctor Strange in his own realm, the Daredevil showing up and having a cool scene. And the thing is like, you see, I'm talking about like moments. Like that's one problem is like the story is so weak and scattered, and it seemed like 2 different films smashed into one. The first half feels like an MCU movie that's not like a mediocre one, and then the second half feels like a Sony Spider-Man movie, and it's fantastic. And that's what brings down the overall movie for me a lot of the times. This should have been an S-tier movie. This should have been a little bit more exciting in terms of how Andrew and Toby was brought into the MCU. Freaking Ned, who's one of the worst Spider-Man characters ever, having magical powers all of a sudden and bringing them in his grandma's house was some of the laziest shit I've ever seen. Lizard was useless. Sandman was useless. Jamie Foxx was a plot hole. Yeah, it was just it was just a lot of story issues with the movie where I feel like they could have just done much better in terms of the story, but they gave me so many moments that I went crazy in the movie theater that I can't give it a low grade, because sometimes it's just like how a movie makes you feel, and the movie made me feel good despite me. After I think about it, I'm like, that was stupid. That could have been a little bit more exciting, but overall, I'm like, I like this.
Yeah. Okay. Brandon?
I'll leave it at A. I'll give it a solid A. I was kind of slaying in between S and A, but I have to give it an A as well. I really, really liked the movie. I thought in terms of the fan service, I was very, very happy with that. I think it kind of banked a little too much on the fan service at times, though, and just being like, oh, here's a callback to that line. Oh, look at this character. Oh, look at that. So there were things in that regard to where, like, at times it got to be a little tedious to sit through. I agree with Zach about the character of Ned, him being magic all of a sudden, and plus I don't really much care for the character of Ned or his stupid haircut anyway. I didn't like that. I did like how these 3 movies were basically all one big setup to like classic Spider-Man, with him being on his own, in a crappy apartment, with a sewing machine. That was cool. I did like that.
Best suit ever.
Oh, what's that?
Yeah.
I said with the best suit ever.
Yeah,
oh yeah, very, very awesome suit, right? I think some of the how it kind of I was simultaneously amused and annoyed that a lot of the bad things happened stemmed from Peter being a naive idiot and not thinking things through. And that's kind of where he ended up in the movie, just by botching Doctor Strange's spell, not listening to Doctor Strange, and just letting not just letting all the villains be sent back to their worlds, because that's how he lost his aunt. you know, it was just it was good all around, but you know, I don't think it was great enough for me to put it as an S in good conscience.
Okay. Brian?
So let me get this straight.
Oh boy.
You tell me
before you
Eternals
ask what I
are
was gonna
A
ask, yes.
and Spider-Man is an A.
Say what?
Really? You said Eternals is an A and the Spider-Man is an A.
Yes.
What?
Eternals is a better made movie than Spider-Man No Way Home.
Okay.
I have nothing else to say.
I didn't say more entertaining.
Oh my god.
I said it was a better made movie.
I say Spider-Man was the best movie of the entire phase by far. Not even close. It was literally the best movie we had in Phase 4, period. It tied in a lot of things. It gave enough fan service. It had enough of a story. I didn't care about the things that he did wrong because he's an idiot child, and it made sense him being an idiot child. Like it followed the character. It made sense still. And then it gave us opportunities to see things in the Spider-Verse that, I mean, honestly, Spider-Verse is one of my favorite things that we're going to talk about. It's the best of all the multiverse stuff. You know, like, so it's just, I give us an S, and I have no problem giving it an S.
Yeah. Into the Spider-Verse was a superior multiverse movie.
Into the Spider-Verse is
the best Spider-Man movie.
By far the best Spider-Man movie. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But we're not ranking that movie. Into the Spider-Verse was amazing. I was watching that yesterday. Yeah, I was watching that yesterday. Like I could watch it anytime. I have the comic books. I can't wait to see where they're going to go with this. But I have no problem giving this a S.
Yeah. Ooh, man. This one we're gonna be split again too, because I'm probably going S, but there were issues with the plot where Peter did things just to move the plot along. Yeah, you know, but it was just to move the plot along. And I was kind of like, okay, I guess. But it didn't ruin the movie for me. But the parts that were, it was the most comic booky. It was the most comic booky movie, I think, out of Phase 4, probably besides like Endgame, with like the insaneness of like a crisis kind of comic book level. But I don't know. It's just, you know, like you said, like Ned getting these powers all of a sudden because
that was stupid.
He's Asian and Wong's Asian. Like, okay, like there's legit why, you know, like legit why, because he brought up like something about like Wong, and then you know he's
so weak.
He's like, that's my cousin, right? We cousins.
Yeah. You know, you know, but if you find out they're actually related, that might be a good payoff later on, you know. But
I understand the payoff. He's gonna become not Green Goblin. What's the other goblin?
Hobgoblin.
Because Hobgoblin has magical powers, and he's supposed to be Hobgoblin. I get it, but
yeah, I mean it'll be a different version than we get from previous, because Hobgoblin, I believe, is the son of Green Goblin. I can't think of their names. The Osborns. Norman Osborn, wasn't he?
Harry's another Green Goblin. He's not.
Yeah,
he's
just
another.
Oh, he's another Green Goblin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought. Well, I know that's how the movie did it, but that's how I thought it was
a different character and stuff.
Okay, but you know, I mean, but yeah, for me, this is S tier. Yeah, your video stuck, Zach.
Yeah, Zach. Yeah. Sorry.
We can hear you fine, but your video is just stuck in one frame.
Everything
but
just like went off the screen and came back.
Oh yeah, that's.
Do I need to leave and come back?
Yeah. Here we'll do that in a second. Because we're in the halfway mark.
Yeah, so, yeah. You don't need to see me move around. That's fine.
We'll give it a second. All right. So I don't know. I'm putting an S tier. Brian put an S tier, A tier. You know, I mean, even
Horror Geek that has no idea. It's somewhere between A and S. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely somewhere between.
I just can't, with good conscience, put it in the same levels where you guys had Eternals. It just hurts me so much. it just doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, it did have some weaker story issues to lead the story, but overall, I didn't mind stuff like that.
Andy comes in with the save right here.
Oh yeah, I saw it pop up. Wait till it pops up. So Andy's the
What
deciding
was the
factor.
spell in No Way Home?
S for Spider-Man.
There you go.
Whoever knew Parker or who knew Spider-Man?
Whoever knew Peter Parker was Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
So-
Jamie Foxx said, I thought Spider-Man was black.
Yep.
That
Plot hole.
yeah. Well, he was from a different universe.
Doesn't
Spider-Man
matter. Andrew
probably is
Garfield was
black.
white. Andrew Garfield was white. That's Andrew Garfield's villain.
Yeah, but he didn't know Peter was he never knew Peter was Spider-Man. I think,
Exactly.
right?
How did he come through the portal then?
Yeah.
It becomes a plot hole no matter where you do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, couldn't you say that because Andrew Garfield said I did some bad things and he no longer was really the Spider-Man, or that he could been there could have been a second Spider-Man in that universe.
But Electro was already dead by the time he started doing all that.
Yeah.
Electro died in the Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
Sure
I mean,
did.
you can pull them out from different times. But same thing with Sandman and Norman.
Lizard.
Yeah.
They pulled
You
them
know,
from
and
the
Doc Ock.
movies.
All three are different timelines.
They
Yeah.
pulled them from before they died. So like
Yeah, and some,
Doc
and
is from
some
Spider-Man 2.
yeah, and some of those guys didn't even die.
Wait,
True.
who didn't die?
Lizard lived. Sandman didn't die.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
So what was the point of this movie? Never mind. Continue with your S tier.
I
go ahead and
do think it was hilarious. So if they were plucked out of their times like right before they died, and presumably sent back right before they died, some of those guys kind of pretty much died anyway.
Yep.
Norman
More.
Osborn. Technically Peter did get what he wanted because in curing him, he technically did kill the Green Goblin. And then he sent Norman back right before he got stabbed in the nuts, which makes that little O that he does right before the glider hits him in the original Raimi Spider-Man all the more hilarious.
Yeah.
Not that I'm even mad because Norman Osborn was a dick anyway. So
Yeah.
He's a great villain, though.
Peter went through all that trouble for nothing.
It's true. Yeah.
Not even mad about the Goblin though.
Yeah. But I don't know. It just I think the action and all the cool comic booky parts of them coming together and getting these characters and actors that we all love, I think is what
Propels
It did
it.
very well with fan service. I agree.
that's yeah. This is the way to do fan service like perfectly. So, and I think people got blinded by that.
And then also when you look
But
at
it is what it
Multiverse of Madness, when you look at that and compare it to it, you realize this is much better. You walk out of the movie theater, you're like, yeah, this is a good movie.
Oh yeah, I'm
walked out of
definitely putting
Multiverse of
Multiverse
Madness.
Madness lower.
I don't know. You put Eternals at A, so I don't know. We'll see.
Eternals is a better made movie than Multiverse of Madness.
Eternals not a better movie than
Any
Arthur
of the
Goes to
movies.
New York.
What? That out of nowhere.
Go home.
Yeah. All right. With that being said, we're gonna take a quick break. We're halfway through it a lot longer than I expected, but it is what it is. It's all good. So we'll take a quick break and then we'll figure out what if we want to keep going or save it for next day. But we'll take a break. Yeah. Yes. Stick around. We'll probably chit chat for another 3 more minutes. And then take a potty break. So
Okay.
All right. So I know somebody said they had to go use the potty.
I already did.
And then I don't know, did you need to log out and log back in, Zach? Because you're stuck in that one frame.
Yeah. Let me.
Dude, this is stupid long. We're
Oh, yeah.
doing fanatics right now.
Yeah, I know. Does anybody have work tomorrow?
I have to be at work at 8:00 meeting.
Okay. If we want, we could save it for another day and finish it off.
But when?
Oh.
I was like, oh yeah, we could. But when?
Yeah.
I'm down for whatever. Getting a little hungry. I'm probably gonna go out and eat
There
somewhere
you go.
after that.
Sure. Yeah.
We don't care what you say. Eternals at A. No,
What did we say earlier about varying opinions?
Yeah,
No,
except
no.
for this one.
This is it. Except this is the line right here.
Toxic
No
fandom.
further.
Perfect right here.
No
Thank you.
further. This right here. I don't know where the Captain
You
Picard.
gotta draw the line
is.
somewhere.
Wherever Captain Picard says. Right there.
Are we continuing? Can I take a little break real quick, like 5 minutes?
Yeah. Go. We'll figure out if we're gonna continue or not. But yeah,
I'll
go
be
ahead,
right
take
back.
a break. We said Jorge, I think Peter and MJ have probably the most realistic romance in the MCU. Just cute, awkward nerds. Agreed. I love that version of the MJ.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I do. At first, I was kind of about it. I'm like, I'm not sure, but yeah. But now, you know, everyone loves Zendaya. So
I love Zendaya for the last 10 years.
yeah,
yeah. I've known about him for a long time.
I haven't paid enough attention to her in order to like formulate an opinion on her. I like her enough. She's cool.
She's good. I like the stuff. She's in that one musical with Zac Efron and
the Greatest Showman.
The Greatest Showman. I didn't think I was gonna like that movie, and my girlfriend likes musicals, so we wind up watching it, and I really enjoyed that movie. You know, so Zendaya was a great part in it. You know, Euphoria. I feel like I'm too old to watch Euphoria, but
exactly.
You know, everyone's loving it.
Euphoria is not really my
not in it.
Yeah, huh?
She's not in it anymore, right? She's like
that's the rumor, but I don't think it's confirmed yet. But that's the rumor is she's gonna be too busy to do the show. But I'm like, but the show is like the best show on TV right now, like at least rating wise and fans wise and stuff. So like, I don't know. I doubt she would give it up. I mean, especially if Zendaya was like, hey, I can't film at this time. The showrunners are like, cool, we'll move it for you because you're you. Yeah, you are the star of the show. You know, so and if people don't want to move a timeline for Zendaya, then
they were like, well, you fired.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Said no director ever to her. So I don't know. Do you guys we can save it. There's another nine more.
There's so much. That's why I'm just kind of just saying, okay. We got to rank them, and it's just like we're giving so many, big things.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Well, nearly 4 hours.
Yeah, it's already midnight by us, so it's got to be like 1 for Zach.
I'm happy I don't work tomorrow.
You can keep rubbing it in, huh?
Yeah. Well, I'm waiting. I'm waiting to hear the baby cry. So I'm like, it's coming any minute.
At 8 o'clock, I have to be in Bronzeville doing a meeting. So I'm yelling at everybody.
Nice. So yes,
I gotta
save your voice right now, or
I gotta wear a tight shirt and scare everybody. Wear a hoodie.
you come in, flip the table.
What did I tell you? They're like, we already saw you on your show yesterday. No, we already know. Too late.
Yeah. They bring you a bunch of comics.
I'll take it.
Yeah. At 4 hours, they had to go on a 4-hour show. But as Zendaya won 2 Emmys for the show. Yeah, you move your schedule for Zendaya.
What was her? She was first thing I saw. Casey Undercover or something like that. That was her show on Disney.
Something on the Disney Channel, right?
Like Casey Undercover. I want to say what it was.
I don't know what it was, but yeah, she was a Disney Channel.
Disney Channel, right?
And then she did something with Bella Thorne.
Is she?
Yeah, she was on a show with that.
My baby.
Wait till this comment pops up. No, wait till this comment pops up. I saw Andy because I'm seeing it on YouTube, but it takes a while for StreamYard to lift the table and yell Eternals when you get into work.
They're just look at me and like, yeah, we know.
Shake it up.
Casey Undercover. That's what it was. Casey Undercover.
Oh, I remember that. That was like her big thing.
Damn, all those Disney Channel stars.
Is she the most successful one? Maybe.
Recent, right now, yeah.
Recent,
right now, yeah. But there's stages. What's her name? The other one, the Wizard Place chick who dated
Selena Gomez.
Yeah, she was like the thing.
Well, Only Murders in the Building is really good, and she's in that, and she does a great job.
I heard it was really good too.
I love that show.
Yeah. So she's pretty funny. She did like a sketch, I think, on Funny or Die.
He said Miley Cyrus is the most successful, fall closely behind Hilary Duff and Zach Efron.
Zac Efron.
Efron
Is he more successful than Zendaya? I mean, are we talking about acting? Because obviously, if you go talk about singing and stuff, but like talking about acting, I think Zendaya is the most successful out of them.
I think she's the best. She's probably the best actress.
Zac Efron is up there with her, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Zac Efron's awesome. He was pretty good
he has
in that
a movie
remake
this year. The movie that came out this year, The Greatest Baron Ever. He's fantastic in that.
Yeah.
Shia LaBeouf was good for a long time before he lost his damn mind.
He was still good even when he lost his
mind. He's just a good actor. I know what's called Randy doesn't like him, but
I don't like Shia LaBeouf.
What about Lindsay Lohan? I mean, she was good for a long time. There's a lot of Disney. I mean, if you
she was good as a kid,
and then the most successful, Justin Timberlake, and Britney Spears.
Oh, that's right.
And Christina Aguilera. Like, there's so many of them. Like,
yeah. I forgot about those.
Christina Aguilera too. Raven Simone, Demi Lovato. Like, there's these go on and on and on. Disney.
It's a hit factory.
Yeah.
They know how to pick like the ones that.
Do your thing.
Yeah. So what do you want to save the second half? You guys want to save the second half for another day?
Sure, we can do
4
that.
hours.
6, 7, 8, 9.
We can do that.
Man, as much as I would like to go through it, but yeah, we probably have to wait. We're going to steal Zach and wait for another day.
Hey man, I'll be on the show as many times as you guys want me to.
For sure.
You're gonna regret you said that.
Well, yeah, because you're gonna be torturing me with every opinion I make.
Everything you say about Eternals, I'm like, no. Eternals. You said Eternals.
He's like, I don't. No, we can't take that opinion serious. You said Eternals is that.
Zach,
ongoing joke.
Even though, like, everything else you said
I'm right there with you on this one, buddy.
I know. I appreciate you. I got some solidarity.
That's the problem right there. See,
brothers,
you guys together with it.
Yeah.
He's pointing to the movies with his bicep.
There's that one.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's where I lose my damn mind.
That is hilarious. He put his face on it.
Yeah.
And you know what's so funny about Batman? He's like my
person.
favorite one. But yeah, he's not a superhero. He's the dude.
He's my second favorite DC hero.
Like he might be my favorite hero. Period.
Period.
Yeah, but he's not a superhero because he doesn't have any superpower, so he's not a soup. So he's a hero.
He's definitely in my top 5.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. But that's the argument of what makes him super is he's doing the shit the other guys could do easily. He's doing it too.
Yeah, but right? Do I name Black Widow's a superhero? No, dog. She a dude. Do I Hawkeye? Just a guy.
The way he said, nah, he's a dude.
Right, I don't know if you probably can't see it because it's green and I'm on a green screen, but that's my. This is
the autograph.
Oh, nice.
No, it's not autograph one. This is just Earth 1 Volume 2. This came out like last year, I think. I'm just rereading it because it's a good story. I like it. It's a different like take of him being like an astronaut and shit like that. So pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know. We can maybe do it tomorrow night.
I'm good. So you just let me know.
Tomorrow night I can't. I'm gonna be doing wrestling.
Oh yeah, you said that. Yeah,
pay-per-view.
Nice. Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll see what days we can do. We'll find the day.
So are you guys gonna put the first half out, or y'all gonna
I'll put the first half out. I'll do part 1. But I'll probably do part 1 last. Because the Andor, I'll probably split Andor between episode 11 and season 1, and then Guardians of the Galaxy. And I think we were talking about some other stuff I might make into some short videos. Episode 12. I'm sorry. Yeah. Because I'm trying to erase some episodes from my mind.
I was going to say,
damn, that's cold.
Like you trying to forget that one. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Nothing actually happened there, so
it makes me sad. None of the big 3 genre shows that like had high budgets it's not gonna make my top 10 this year.
Which ones? Like
A House of Dragon, Rings of Power, and Andor.
I loved House of Dragon.
Yeah, it was
I
great.
liked it. I just felt like most of the core drama was just incest, and I'm just like, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's Game of
is that kind of what Game of Thrones is, and that's kind of what happened back then too.
I didn't watch Game of Thrones. This is my first introduction to this whole universe, so that's why I'm like learning everything right now.
That makes sense. Okay.
Same thing with Rings of Power. I never watched or read Lord of the Rings, so I'm learning everything through all this stuff.
Okay. Wow.
That's probably why I like it more than most people, because I don't have the emotional attachment.
Yeah, that's Rings of Power. I
liked it. I liked it.
Right. It's okay.
Yeah. My girlfriends are pretty hardcore. Really?
I just feel like when it comes to slow burn, that the payoff with that episode with the battle was so that episode was amazing. Eternals War. That's our movie. Me and Byron just.
That's great.
Yeah, and then the second half would be, instead of end game, like end tier, or I don't know, end ranking,
and internal.
Internal.
There's a rumor that Phase 5. Yeah, no, Phase 6. The Eternals too. It was like a leak with Sean.
Really?
Oh, with the leaks. Yeah. I'll be cool with that. I like the characters, and you can easily bring all of them back. So people are like, "You killed Salma Hayek." They just showed you like a factory of them. Like, she's coming back. I was like, "Come on."
It's just, and now it could be emotionally damaged because she could be a bad guy.
Yeah.
I need to watch Interview with the Vampire. I've been hearing great things.
Dude, we love it.
Yeah.
Great show.
That and Let Me In. I need to watch that Vampire show.
I haven't watched Let Me In.
Really good.
No,
I love both movies. So
Interview with the Vampire is its own entity, and I love the changes they made. It is so good.
I've seen people get mad about the changes. Why is there a black vampire?
It makes so much more sense. It just really does.
Yeah.
But have a black queer vampire in the 1900s, and he's gonna have problems.
Yeah.
Of course.
And then be able to see that story, and the storyline is so good.
Acting's great. Acting's great. Storyline's great. The changes are great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get to it. I have a week, that Christmas week off, so I'm gonna try to binge a bunch of stuff.
It's definitely a bingeable.
It's
bingeable show.
I think people have problems with the homosexuality, and it's like it made so much more sense. It really did. Like, everything made more sense because
if you're homophobe, it doesn't matter how much sense it makes.
Yeah. Well, because people are saying like, "Oh, they didn't do that in the movie," but I was like,
read the book.
Yeah, it was there, but I mean, obviously they're not gonna have Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise make out, but
not back then.
I mean,
hell no.
But even in the movie, in the books, I haven't read the books, but even back then, I assumed they were lovers.
Yeah, you felt.
But even in the movie, I assumed they were lovers.
Yeah,
because of everything. But
it's also not the movie. You gotta understand. Sometimes people don't understand that. It's like it's not the movie. Yeah. And just because they remade something doesn't destroy the movie. You still could go back and watch that 17,000 times.
Yeah, you did too.
Yeah. TV Louis.
Better than book and movie Louis. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. So Horror Geek. So right now we're just talking like some behind the scenes, like probably a lot of this is not gonna be like re-uploaded, it's just gonna stay on the live. Thursday, we're going to have a House of Nerd show come on, and we're going to compare the TV characters with the movie characters and just compare and contrast what we like and stuff like that. I mean, there's really just the three main ones, Louis, Lestat, and Claudia. But yeah, we're going to have House of Nerds.
I love Claudia.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and we're going to do that. So, make sure to come back and check us out on Thursday. We're going to do that. But
that's dope.
Nice.
Yeah, so we'll try maybe I don't know, maybe like a Wednesday or something. What are we doing? What are we doing on Monday? I think Monday we haven't talked about a movie in a while.
I'm gonna go see
what you seeing?
What's the one?
Devotion.
Devotion. I'm gonna see Devotion.
Okay. I'm probably gonna see. I got my tickets for Avatar for like the 16th for the Friday.
I gotta get my tickets for that.
Everything's 3D. You can't see it any other way but 3D.
Yep.
Good.
Oh wow.
IMAX.
That's
3D.
the way I was gonna try to go, because that's what
3D.
he said is the only way you should watch it. So
yeah,
I'm gonna watch. I never watched the first one, so I'm gonna watch it this week and do a review.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Wow. The first time.
I mean,
I almost want you to see it in 3D.
I was trying to get it with the re-release, but I couldn't with my work schedule.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
There's two movies that like changed 3D. Jaws, which were people were like, oh my god, but you look back what 70s, I think, and then Avatar, the first Avatar was mind blowing with when it came to like that. But yeah. Sorry. Oh. I get it. Daniel's basically a non-character in the book and movie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He didn't have a name. Yeah. And he's a centered character. Like he's essential to the story now in the show. It is so good though. I mean, I remember definitely watching it thinking like, wow, this is amazing. Yeah.
It reminds me of Anthony Bourdain. Like right?
Yes.
The way he talks, the way he looks too. It's really cool. But yeah, definitely a cool show. So we're gonna be talking about that on Thursday as well. But Monday, I'm cool with talking about Devotion. I think we can do Devotion.
Yeah, I'll try to get around to see it this weekend.
Yeah. I want to do The Menu still. That's on my list. Triangle of Sadness is on my list of one anything to watch.
Menu was great.
Yeah, that's why I heard great things. So I'm hopefully
Triangle of Sadness I watched today. That was great. Oh, okay. That was great. It's very similar to The Menu, but very foreign. Like The Menu's American and Triangle of Sadness is foreign. So,
yeah, I'll try to get around to Devotion definitely this weekend. Maybe even The Menu as well.
Yeah, I want to see Bones and All. I want to see Glass Onion in theaters. Like every reviewer, I said, watch this in the theaters before.
I want to see it in the theaters too.
Theater movie. I think Sunday's the last day. It's only for this week.
Yeah, it's only for like a short amount of time.
Netflix only puts movies for a week, so it could be Oscar consideration, but they don't do full theatrical runs.
I might have to go tomorrow. I might have to make time tomorrow or Sunday then, because I definitely want to see it before it hits Netflix.
Yeah, I just watched the first one 2 days ago.
First one's great. I love Knives Out.
I was like, oh man, I wish I saw this earlier. This is so good. That ending, I was laughing so hard.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Evans is so amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell Quentin Tarantino's talking about. He's not a movie star. Shut your mouth. Most people want to watch that movie because of him in them damn sweaters.
He's just mad he didn't see his bare feet.
Yeah. He didn't see bare feet.
Oh, bare feet.
Telling you, he wants to do a movie where he does like Captain Marvel with her bare feet most of the time. Just she flies up, you see her feet close up. Just exposed. She just gets Steve Rogers to like de-age and go like, you niggers or something like that. What are you doing, Sam? You don't deserve the shield. You're black. This is back in my day. You would have been shining my boots.
That's an MCU Tarantino movie.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah,
Samuel Jackson is just like, you mother effers, start mooning.
Yeah, a Tarantino MCU movie would be like gratuitous speed shots and N-bombs.
Yeah.
Hulk is just raping people. Like, that's what he wants to
do. Yeah. Jesus. Blood splatter everywhere.
Scarlett Johansson comes back to life just so she can take her clothes off. I'm telling you.
Oh, no, we might keep her dead.
Oh, no.
Much as I like Tarantino. But,
so factual.
He does.
Like, he made one of my favorite movies of all time, but like he's saying dumb stuff.
I still think like From Dusk Till Dawn is one of like the best movies he's written.
I love that movie.
Just from a writing standpoint.
Yeah, he's made great movies. You know, Reservoir Dogs is one of my favorite movies.
Reservoir Dogs is amazing. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah. Django Unchained is one of my favorite movies. That's what I was talking about.
I love that movie. Pulp Fiction is like the greatest cinema.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Out like
Pulp Fiction. Was it Inglourious Bastards? Oh man,
I haven't seen that, and I haven't seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
I'm probably not going to see that.
All right.
It's bad.
I love Inglourious Bastards. I love Django.
I love
Hateful Eight was just 7, right? Oh no, Hateful Eight. He did.
Hateful Eight was okay.
It was just okay.
I was gonna watch the extended edition on Netflix. Don't do it.
No, go ahead and watch it.
Okay,
it's all right.
Kill Bill.
Well, but Kill Bill, Volume 1 and 2 are amazing.
I really want that Kill Bill 3 with Zendaya as the older little black girl going for revenge.
Going for revenge. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I heard there were rumors that he thought about making a Kill Bill Volume 3, but he was going to wait until the actual actors got old enough to play the roles.
Well, how long he's waiting, I can see that.
Yeah.
But I don't think Uma Thurman wants to work with him ever again. So
really,
no.
Yeah, she's come out and said that.
She like almost broke her neck because of it. The car crash scene or whatever.
He does a lot of dangerous shit on set.
Yeah, he's like, you don't need to wear a seatbelt. Like, if you died, then it's good for the film. You know, it's like some crazy shit. I was like,
what's that?
Good, man.
What are you talking about, sir? That's not how this works. There's no Dragon Balls.
Yeah, he's a little crazy. I watched. He was on the Two Bears One Cave. He was sitting in for one of the hosts, and that's where he said the whole thing with not being a star and blah 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 and stuff like that with the MCU guys. And man, I couldn't watch it. He's great, man. He talks, and I don't know if he knows what he's saying because he's just talking so much.
He doesn't have a filter. He doesn't have a filter. He has no idea what he's talking about. He just keeps on going, and he goes from one thing to the next.
On a spectrum. Sometimes he looks like he's on. I don't want to say
possibly.
Like,
you know what?
Sometimes, but I get that Elon Musk feel from him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. Well, Elon Musk is what more Asperger's, I think, or I think.
Yeah,
I think if you want to say Tarantino is actually like more like on the spectrum, well, I guess Asperger's technically is, but it's its own thing, I guess. But yeah, Quentin Tarantino, he's great to watch a movie, but man, listening to talk, I was just like, Jesus.
All three of these guys that's just been running their mouth. Scorsese, one of the greatest of all time. James Cameron, one of the greatest of all time. Don't bet against him. Except maybe Avatar 2, because that shit's not tracking well.
I'm just curious to see like why.
I still think there's 1.5 billion. It's still gonna do 1.5 billion.
It releases in China opening day, the same day as America.
It got China. Oh, it's gonna make $1 billion.
Yeah, like it might make $1 billion before it gets to us.
the night of, but it's opening the same weekend in America and China. So
a lot of these criticisms are saying, I'm like, you've done that in your own movies. Like, what? Really, James Cameron? You did Avatar. That shit is a copy of Pocahontas with blue people. What are we doing here, bro?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. It just makes them like seem like they're just haters at that point. It was like, oh, you're just jealous.
It's exactly what seems like you're jealous.
But why? Just do your movie, and if it's good, it'll get word of mouth, and people will watch it.
Yeah. Well, everyone like what's the other one with Adam Driver that Scorsese did?
Silence.
No, the one with the knights. What the fuck was it called? It didn't do well in the.
I think that was Silence.
Yeah, I feel like that was Silence.
Yeah, Scorsese didn't do the night movie with Adam Driver. You talking about the one with Ben Affleck, Matt?
Yeah. Didn't Scorsese?
That was Scorsese. No, that was
Ridley Scott.
Ridley Scott. He's another one that's talking shit.
Another one.
That movie was really good. It's just really hard to watch. Like that's like a one-time watch. It's hard.
Yeah, I read the synopsis and stuff like that, and I'm like,
it's an important story to be told, and it was told really well, but it's a hard watch.
Yeah. I'm like, And then he's like, why no one wants to see my movie? Because no one wants to talk about rape for an entire movie. It's like.
It wasn't the entire movie, but it was just like
long enough.
We saw her get raped like 3 times. Like I get what you were doing. Yeah. It was integral to the story, but no general audience member wants to watch that. Or at least pay for it. Maybe on streaming they might catch it.
Yeah, there's another movie that was like that. Like, was it Last House on the Left or something like that? That had a very gratuitous like rape scene. And I was like, I don't ever want to see this movie ever again. Like, what the hell?
Who was in that?
Oh man, dude.
Tony Goldwyn from Ghost was in it. Monica Potter from Along Came a Spider. Sarah Paxton from Sharknado 3D.
That's the one. Sarah Paxton.
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't that good dude? Aaron Paul.
I don't think Aaron Paul. Wait, he might have been in it.
Was he in it?
No, I was wrong. Yeah, he was in it. Yeah. My bad.
Yeah, from Westworld and all that stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, up to that, Stormy Daniels was in it. I don't know if that's right. IMDb.
I don't know. Really?
But yeah, a lot of great movies
yeah.
has come out this year. I've been very entertained in the movie theaters, especially now that I'm going more.
Yeah.
They just need
I'm
to
gonna
spread these
take
movies
off
out.
because I want to go eat. I'm hungry.
Yeah. Let's and then
We'll
we'll
talk later.
figure out. We'll stay in contact and we'll figure out
Yeah.
what day. Maybe
I wouldn't mind if we can figure out do a Sunday or whatever after something. I mean, this just we get this out the way.
Yeah.
I could do Sunday if that's cool with you guys.
This is like an hour and a half. I don't think it's going to be like it's not going to be forever. We're going to pick up where we left off, and we're just going to keep on going. So
and I'll talk less.
Yeah, I'll talk to you guys later.
And we already
Later,
passed Eternal, so we're good.
Later,
We passed Eternal, so we're good.
Later. Eternals is really what held it up. That was
That's
like
the only reason
that
was it for me. I was like,
I was just sitting here quiet watching you steaming. I was like, you mother. You no good having. You were waiting for this. You was like, oh, Zach's coming. I'm gonna get him.
I was good with. I knew how you felt because I watched your review, right? So I knew how you felt. But when Brandon said it, I was like, "This motherfucker!"
Was shocked.
I was like, "This motherfucker!"
I was shocked. I thought everybody was like D, and I was to be the only A, and then it was just like, "Oh shoot!" Have some support.
I don't know if I'll give it a D.
I wouldn't give it a D either.
But C, I was like, okay.
I don't think there's any D MCU movies.
No,
they don't make outright. Yeah,
no.
They don't make nothing that's everything is at least entertaining.
Yeah, that's why I said like they figured it out after phase 1. Like at the very worst, they make a okay movie. Like at the very worst, So
and that makes sense for your phase 1 to have okay movies.
Yeah, well, I think that's when they figured out the formula, and they were like testing because Iron Man 2 and 3 didn't do well, Thor 1 and 2 didn't do well, and then once they got the traction and ball rolling, they're like, oh, this is the formula, and then it was just like nothing worse than a okay movie,
Yeah, I think like so the essential movies is Iron Man, Avengers 1, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Winter Soldier. I think those are the ones that are the essential movies in the MCU because
I don't know Winter Soldier is for me.
Well, no, I'm not talking about I'm talking about in terms of how you do a story, like a serious story. You look to Winter Soldier. For origin, you look to Iron Man, and for the proper comedy, you look to Guardians, and for the team up, you go to Avengers.
That's probably the best way to do it. They figured out all the ways they needed to go.
Yeah, and then when they stray too far from that formula, that's when things get divisive.
Yeah, because I think they haven't figured out how to make a dark movie yet. If they ever want to do that, they tried doing it with Doctor Strange too.
But
they didn't commit. They didn't.
Yeah,
commit
exactly. They didn't commit.
If they would have committed to it, I think they could have hit that. That's what I want to say about the movie. I feel like they did it, and then they saw it, and they were like, "Oh shit, we got to back up."
It was almost R-rated, so that's
we
how
can't release
up.
this. And
yeah.
That's their problem. They should have went full in.
And it's a movie with two. You could tell 2 directors was on this movie.
Yeah.
The first half is Scott Derrickson, and the second half is Sam Raimi.
Yep.
Yeah. I do think Werewolf by Night was a good scary, quote unquote scary kind of thing.
Yeah. I think it should have been a 2-hour movie.
Oh, I wish it was. But it wasn't a full on scary movie, but it had the elements. They had parts there, so it could have definitely hit it.
Yeah, and I think he got away with the blood, with the gray, black and white. I wouldn't mind if they can just do full gore Blade, but just in black and white. I don't care if it's in black and white. Just do it in black and white so we can get all the chopping that we want. Yeah,
that would have been cool.
No, it's gonna be interesting.
Everything that you're gonna do R-rated has to be in black and white. Go ahead. Just give it to me.
Yeah. Don't pull out a spear and there's no blood anywhere.
Yeah. Like when they chopped the hand off inside of Werewolf by Night and the blood, I was like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what everyone said. They're like, what?
Oh, like, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Kevin Feige's been getting a little more risque this phase. Like there's like certain words, like when they were like, actors are a piece of shit. I don't think I remember hearing the word shit in the MCU before that.
Yeah, right.
They probably gave him license, like total license to be able to do it.
Yeah, Gothic horror,
very Gothic horror, which is, I think, a lot of people like that kind of kind of stuff, and it worked really well.
And for a first time director,
yeah. That's a good way to test out things. Like, all right, here's a 1 hour special, and if it sucks, when we're done. If it's good, then you get 5 movies.
Yeah, like if nobody liked Werewolf by Night, they was like, we never have to bring this character back again. Yeah. But people did like it. It wasn't viewed a lot, but people who saw it liked it, so they can retool and bring them back.
Yeah, but Blade is their best shot at a good dark movie. I think they could do it right.
You have to do it right.
That should be their second R-rated movie after Deadpool 3.
Which one's coming out first?
Deadpool 3 now, because they just got a new director and writer.
Oh yeah.
So they're rewriting Blade. So. You know what's funny? Blade was supposed to be coming out right now.
Yeah, that's crazy. We would have got like a holiday special with Cher and then this dark ass movie back. Like, whoa!
Both set at Christmas time.
A vampire movie during Christmas?
That would be cool, man.
The blood splattered on the snow. That was fire.
But you probably get away with that without seeing it come out of the body.
Yeah,
see it on the snow,
just red snow.
Cut away. Yeah. Some people will accept that. It's just got to be stylized in a way where kids aren't not having nightmares.
But they're gonna say this is not for kids.
Because even like Multiverse of Madness, there were parents like, "Oh my god, this is so demonic." I'm like, "This? Have you cinema before?"
Yeah. Or the same people who are like Harry Potter satanic and Pokemon satanic.
Anything that's witchery or has gods that's not Jesus in it is satanic.
Yeah. Drinking Monster energy drink is satanic.
What?
There you go. Look up that video if you ever want to see some crazy people. Like how Monster energy drink is satanic.
What the hell?
Yeah. Like that's really stretching.
Satanic panic, I swear. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know how old you are, but I remember that in the late 80s, early 90s. Everything is the satanic panic.
I was born in 90, so I remember that.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Right, my cousin couldn't watch Pokemon because it was satanic. I was like, she was like, "What are you gonna do?" I'm watching Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh, I can't watch that. I was like, "Well, go in the room because I am."
Close your eyes.
I love Yu-Gi-Oh. There's no way I'm stopping it because of you.
Yeah. But I remember Pokemon. They were saying Pokemon was satanic too.
Digimon, everything.
Yeah.
Just anime.
Oh, the M for Monster Energy drink was 666. Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. They had the lady from M. Yeah. It's the letters aren't connected, so each M in the line is a separate thing, and I guess that looks close enough to like a Hebrew 6, so it's 666, and it's
damn. They have missed a fantastic with that reach. That's crazy.
Yeah. That's like those people who think like everything equals 23. Like they do these all like math things and like, well, if you add this and do that and add that and the sun is at this blah blah blah, it's like 23. It's like what?
I was watching Trevor Noah's stand up the other day. He said everyone should have a good conspiracy theory because no one should ever just believe everything they're told. I was like, if that's your conspiracy theory where you think everything is 23, cool. It doesn't affect my life.
I think they made a scary movie like that. I think it was called 23.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I heard about that.
Wasn't that Ashton Kutcher? What's that?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Ashton Kutcher? No, it wasn't Ashton. The number 23. That's what. With Jim Carrey.
Oh, that was Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey.
That was.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right. That was.
I'm sad that he's retiring.
Partial. I think when Sonic 3 comes out, he's like, all right.
Yeah, he said Sonic 3 is his last one.
So I got another 15 mil in me. Let's do this one more time.
Hey, I like those first 2 Sonic movies. Those are probably the best video game movies ever.
They were. Number 1 was okay. Number 2 was knocked out of the park. I think I really, really like number 2. Number 3, I think they know what they're doing now, and it's gonna be really fun. It's gonna be really fun.
That Knuckles show is gonna be really fun.
I'm partial to Resident Evil. But that's just because I grew up being totally afraid of it. I don't know if it was a really good movie, but
it should have been called something else. I just feel like it was so different from the game.
Rails. Yeah.
It was
It
what it
became
is.
the Mila Djokovic show.
Yeah.
And that was enough for me. It was enough for me.
I remember going to the theater. And it was like I forgot which one it was. Where it was like number 5 or whatever, and like this little girl didn't have a name because she was born and blah, blah blah. So they called her Kmart. Do you remember that one?
I don't think I watched
that was.
5. I stopped at 4. I think I stopped at 4.
I don't know what number it was. It was like one of the super post-apocalyptic ones. And it was like her name was Kmart. I'm like, that's the stupidest fucking thing ever. Like, who names like Kmart? You have a bazillion names. You could name her Emily. I was like, what the fuck is Kmart?
Catherine.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
If you want
This is my kids, Kmart and Target.
Kmart and Target. My favorite stores.
Target.
Oh God, that's gonna be a name.
And Kmart.
Kmart. This is Kmart. This is Target.
That's not like the teacher that be saying "Hey, Ron."
Hey, Ron.
Target. What?
All right, it's 12:30. I gotta be up in 6 hours. I'm out.
Let's get out of here.
Oh, you got work?
All right, guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get at least a half an hour sleep before the baby wakes up.
Run.
Cool.
All
right, I'm saying bye to everybody.
Sunday, guys?
Yeah,
Sunday?
just message me.
Okay.
We can do Sunday after our football show.
That sounds perfect.
Sometime after.
As long as it's after the football game.
After the football.
What time is that?
Like 4.
Okay.
4 our time.
Yeah.
5 my
5 your
time.
time.
Yeah.
That work?
Yeah, should work. I'll work around it.
Okay.
That should be good with me.
Cool.
All right, cool. But thank you, Andy. Thank you, Horror Geek. Thank you, Martin. Martin shouting out the channel for Zach down here. Omar came in the chat. Derpy as always. So make sure you go check out Zach Attacks for anybody who's watching. Horror Geek, go check him out. I think you'll like his stuff too.
Yeah,
Andy
man.
Bush.
Except that one betrayal. You're a great guy.
Yeah. So
come to the dark side, Horror Geek. Come on.
Oh, the Horror Geek's already. He's here. This is what, like the 3rd week in a row, 3rd stream in a row. Spend the whole time with us. We appreciate it. But cool. Let's get out of here and we'll finish part 2 of this tier list on Sunday. But
okay.
All right, guys. Thank you for coming.
Later.
And we will see you guys later. And subscribe. Later.
527.